Hello. Welcome, welcome. There's a lot of things on my desk, and when I came down here, I found a pin on the floor. So, this definitely is from us doing witchcraft, which should tell you a lot. But I'm glad I didn't step on it, because I have no idea where it came from. But I've been working on my computer, like actually on my computer, because I had Riker's brother Jay. I don't know. I got a computer from Riker's mom, and then I got this pretty pink case for it. So then I had Riker's brother Jay put it into pretty pink case, and now I've been trying to put in like a capture card. But the case I have only does low profile things, so little tiny things. So I need to get the right like bracket for it to go into that. So it's like interesting to get in there because I have to take out my graphics card and like 3 other things to like even access the little like spot where it's supposed to go. But we're doing readings today. If there's anyone here that would like to do readings. If not, you can hear me talk about lovely things like my pink computer. We have like mice in our ceiling, which is so us, I guess. And we have like pest control. So we had pest control come down here. Like it's in our basement ceiling. You can hear them like running around at night. And the guy came down here to try to help us with that. And he like looked at my PC and was like, "Is that a like 3D printer?" And we were like, "No, the 3D printer is actually in the other room. That's my computer." It's so cute though. It has like a little screen on the front of it, and the screen's touchscreen, and you can play Tetris on it. I want to do like more fun things with it, but yeah. And then Riker gave me their Stream Deck, but I think it is kind of attached to their computer. But how is everybody? Hi Amanda. How's it been going? What's been up? We are doing readings today. If you guys are interested in readings, I'm just gonna put it in here while I like talk in case people are interested. If you're not, you're not, and I'll tell you the life of that I'm living. I'll tell you all of my secrets. I'll have to figure out the link. Like, I could send you directly to our Ko-Fi page. How about that? Are these all right? Yeah, okay, so we're gonna do... I have 2 spirit guide readings available, and then I also have tarot readings. I put 6 in there. We'll see how that goes. But, readings. There's also a link at the top of chat. It's going to be a different link than this. You can use either one. Oh, maybe it's not. No, it's right. It's right. We're good. We're good. You got laid off at the end of April. That sucks. How has that been going? Have you found something else? I know it's June, but the job market fucking sucks. I started working at a place because the economy is horrible. And it's been kind of rough, if I'm being so honest. It's a lot of running around. It's really, I don't know, I've talked about this before, of like being a content creator and then going back into a job is hard and stressful because you work so much more to make like a fraction of what you would do with content creation in a sense. Because like if I do like readings like this, like a live reading stream, if I sell 3 readings, I will make more money doing this than working a 5-hour shift. What's up? We got 1 reading so far. Let me pull up my reading page so I actually know what's happening. Tarot reading from Amanda. We appreciate it. But yeah, I will make more money doing this. And then on top of that, like, because we're so poor, we have to be working in order to make money, right? So we have to be working on our business. But when you first start a job, a lot of times it's like 2 weeks before you start because they have to do like onboarding stuff. And then you start working and everyone usually runs on like a 2-week pay basis. So then you're waiting another 2 weeks to get paid. And then like the pay software that we're using, it takes 5 days after that. So at this point, it's like a month and a week that you just are working nonstop and you just don't have any money. That's where I'm at. And that's what I've talked about in these live streams before of like, when you are kind of at rock bottom and you're trying to climb your way out, it's very difficult, and fucking capitalism doesn't make it any easier. Nope, I haven't found anything else, but I'm working on getting an EMT certification. Well, that's good. I've had a time to process. Yeah, the job market is fucking terrible. Like, it's fucking terrible. Riker applied to, like, probably, like, 100 jobs at this point. So, it's just ridiculous. And there's so many, like, I, at this point, don't even know really how to get a job. Because when you go to all of those, like, job places that you would search, like, LinkedIn or, like, Indeed, 90% of those jobs are either they're not looking anymore. They're scams. Because, like, Riker and I are graphic designers, so we were looking at graphic design jobs. If you go into LinkedIn and you search graphic design jobs, the first job that comes up, you search the company, and it is a scam. And they, like, pay ads to have it run at the top of the list. And it is a scam. So I'm just like, how do you find jobs when you're afraid to, like, apply to jobs on these, like, job sites? It's, like, ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But we can get into your reading. Let me look at this real quick. I'm getting things from my manager. Okay. Sorry, I just needed to read that for a second. I've been playing a lot of Disney Dreamlight Valley. What is that? That sounds amazing. I don't know why, but it reminds me of, like, does anyone remember VMK? Virtual Magic Kingdom? It was like a game a really long time ago that was supposed to, like, promote some Disney thing, but it popped off so well that it, like, lasted like a year or two. I had, like, a VMK boyfriend for a second, but I was, like, a child. Oh, I think, is that it looked like, sorry. I'm not even gonna explain what I'm reading, but I think it's from Hair. Is there a hairball? Also, Amanda, do you have a question for your reading? We're going to do a tarot reading. And I kind of want to use this deck, which is like see-through cards. So I'll do my best. I have paper here so you'll be able to see it. Let me get like a smaller piece of paper. It's a cozy game where you have to save the Disney characters and save the valley from forgetting. Interesting. Sounds very Disney-esque. We've been playing Paralives, which is like, it's a game that's similar to like The Sims 4. However, it's made by an indie company. They've been making it for like 7 years, and this will work. And to me, they've been making it with all the things that are annoying with The Sims. They're making it so that you don't have to deal with all of that bullshit. But it's on early access, so there's a little bit of some issues, glitches, but it's amazing, and I'm so excited about it. As you guys saw, we were playing Paralives like the other week or something. A question. I have lots. I mean, I can just pop off and you can ask me questions. Just give me a starting point. Where would you like to start? And that can be general as well. But I'll explain these cards if people haven't seen them. So they're like see-through, they're transparent. So the concept with these is when you pull them, they will like layer on top of each other. So these are two cards that like come together. And it creates all of these like different overlaying pictures that like can tell a story. And I am interested in doing some different stuff. So you can't really see it unless I have this white piece of paper, but it'll be fun. Oh, and if you guys are interested in the deck, it is the Transparent Tarot deck. This was like the first deck that I used for, I wanted to do a tarot book club, and I still want to do a tarot book club, but it's expensive and I'm broke. But she says general home life. You got it. You can hear Yue. She's singing the song of her people because she has finished eating. Finished eating for lunchtime. I don't normally read with this deck either, so it might take me a second to like get used to it. I would not recommend this deck for beginners, solely because the like numbers and stuff you can see are like right here, and then there's like the suit there. So the Major Arcana is a bit interesting as well. So the Major Arcana is like numbers, but I have my cheat sheet to know what they are. So this is like the Major Arcana. So I should flip that over. She's staying in there until she stops screaming. Fair. Okay. But anyways, let me get on with the reading. I haven't read with this deck in a second. This one. Okay. It's very inky. Okay. Okay, so we have this is the 3 of Pentacles and the 7 of Swords. Oh, okay. So this is the picture that we got here. So 7 of Swords usually deals with like some sort of deception. With it being upright like it is here, all of these cards landed upright. But with it being upright like it is, it's usually outward deception. And it also gives me a lot of, like, from other people, because the Three of Pentacles usually is collaboration with others. So that it doesn't give me a great feeling. I don't know if this makes any sense with you. Those cards would be perfect for an overhead projector. Absolutely. But you can see, like, the imagery here. This person is, like, giving coin away, and this person is just, like, taking stuff. That's why I'm like, ooh, these two things together are not great. It's not great. I wonder what'll happen if I put another one on. Let's do it the other way. What card is this? 10. Oh, okay. This does not make it better. This is the 10 of Pentacles. Hi, Paper Flower. Yeah, I'm live during a day so that you can come and hang out with us. We've missed you in our Woo Woo Wednesdays. You are commenting, so it does feel like you're there. Yeah, I feel like what's going on with you right now is very, very stressful. Lots of, like, I don't know what this deception is. It definitely feels like someone is not doing great by you. So it is being reflected in your money issues. So the 10 of Pentacles usually deals with, like, the home, family, stability. And again, it is very much being taken away. So I feel like maybe it deals with, like, some sort of family relation, potentially, or taking from the family. There's, like, very much a breakdown of these two things. Breakdown of finances and a breakdown of family things. So family stability, that stuff is being, like, challenged and it has a lot of pressure on it, and it is from this deception right here. This is not great. 7 of Swords, deception, betrayal, like getting away with something. It's not great. These three cards together, not great. Hi, Brendan. What's up? How's it going? Okay, next two cards that I have. Oh, this one's upside down. Okay, so this is 12. Both of these are upside down. Okay. 12 is the Hangman. And then I'm assuming this is the Star. Okay. So I'm going to flip these upright, but these are both reversed. Busy AF, working like a motherfucker. That's how I feel. Because now I have a part-time job and I'm doing this and I still can't pay my bills. So am I being deceitful in how I'm feeling and projecting to my family? Because that card was upright, it is outward. So someone else is doing it. There's some sort of betrayal that is affecting you. So I don't know if it's, I don't think that's you. I don't know who this is, but I don't think it is very outward either. But it's not you. You're the one on the ground with the coin. That's you. Christy, you will be my next reading. Thank you so much for purchasing your reading. Okay, so we have these two cards put together. These are in reverse, but I flipped them upside down. So we have the Star and the Hangman card. Okay, with the Hangman card, it's in reverse. So that usually means there's some sort of, like, resistance, a stubbornness, indecision. I feel like this is more what you're talking about of, like, is it me doing that? This is the stubbornness. This, I feel like, is more the reaction of whatever betrayal was happening. This is more of a, like, It's usually like a resistance. And it's usually like more selfish. Because like with the Hangman card, I usually see it as like a perspective change. So you're seeing things upside down. In this case, they're like saying the world has flipped upside down, but you refuse to flip with it. Me wondering who's betraying me. It might be like, it might be your job. It's something outward that like is just slowly taking from you. And it has kind of like destroyed a lot of things going on in your life. And it's very much like there's a collaboration with other people. That's why I think it's someone else. Yeah, but this is what you're talking about of like betraying yourself. This is kind of more inward of like, we don't want to change. We don't want to be in this situation. We don't want to like have to deal with this. But you having the star card underneath that, the star card usually deals with like a faith, a purpose, renewal. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel. But again, the star was in reverse as well because we don't want to see the change. We don't want to see the like the hope or the faith. Usually when its card is in reverse, it's like a lack of faith. So we're worried about it like not coming to a head, but it is being shown to you. It's being very loud. You can see these like two things together. It is like putting this light on you and making you feel a lot of pressure. Oh, I think I might know what it is. Yeah, it's definitely someone else. Those first three cards, it's not you, but it put you in this situation. Because what you're talking about is this. This is you betraying yourself. Not necessarily betraying yourself, but like you don't want to be in this situation. And it is being expressed outwardly. Okay. So next two cards. I feel like... No, this one is definitely upright too. Okay. So we have 21, which is the world card. Are you the world? 21. I guess you're the world. Sorry, major arcana cards on this deck is interesting. And some of them are like flipped opposite. But we have the world card and then we have the fool, which I think is interesting because you have the start and the end. This is probably not what you want to hear. But something is starting from the end of a cycle. They're both upright. This is your leap of faith. I feel like you've already... I feel like you were pushed to do this leap of faith. You have to do it. The universe caused it. So the end of a cycle pushed you off the cliff to have your leap of faith, but the world is going to catch you. So with the Fool card, which is this butterfly card, the Fool card usually is representative of like starting something. It's the beginning of the major arcana. It is usually a leap of faith. This person doesn't usually have a lot of knowledge about what's about to happen, doesn't really have a lot of knowledge about how to deal with it, is still kind of learning student, that type of energy, like naive green. But with the Fool card, the universe is there to guide you. So it's not that you're falling off a cliff, it's that the universe is going to guide you down the path that you want to be. But it does feel scary because it is very new. And it's very much the world card here, which is fulfillment, it's completion, it's the end of a cycle. That's the thing that pushed you. That might be losing my job when I did because I wasn't ready for it, even though I was making preparations to leave my job. Yeah, the universe was literally like, we're done with this. We've gotten everything that we needed. The world is usually fulfillment. So it's usually like, we've done it. But with these two cards together, it's very much like, it's the thing that pushed you into the new cycle. Do you have questions? I'll pull more cards while you ask them. Hey, first job ends at 9 a.m. most days. So the closest thing I get to a day off is Friday because my second job doesn't normally schedule me on those days. But this week I'm scheduled every day. That sounds terrible. It ends at 9 a.m., so do you have, like, the graveyard shift? As a person that needs 10 hours of sleep, I have respect for people who work night jobs. Yes, same. Oh, I think this one needs to go with this too. Okay. These ones are interesting. Okay. I have 2 more. Is this new path, new cycle going to be what's best for me? Or like the right one? All 3 of these? Yes, okay. Alright. I have 3 more sets. I would say the only thing... Okay, there's a lot of things annoying with this deck. But the cards have this, like, curvature to them. So if they, like, go the wrong way... I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. They, like, don't fit in with each other. And it's kind of annoying. But if you're interested in the deck at all, or what I'm dealing with over here. Okay, so... let me look at these cards. We have King of Swords. This is 15. 15. 10, 5. This is the Devil card. Okay. And then 5 is the Hierophant. Okay, okay. Let's start with that. Okay. Where's my paper? So, we have the King of Swords. So, this is the answer that you're looking for. The King of Swords usually deals with, like, a breakthrough. It's usually someone that has authority over their path. To your answer, to your question, I feel like it is something that you've already decided you wanted. The universe just helped you get there. So... it's like you were putting that output out, that this was not the right thing for you, so that's what you attracted. So it just naturally ended because you don't want to be there, as you have said. But the King of Swords is someone that has authority over truth. So they have authority over their truth, their path. They have authority over their story. You have the same. This card is upright, so you are very much like leading it. You are guiding the way, but there are things on top of it that cause some issues. So there are things that you have to overcome. So the next card that came out was the Devil card. The Devil card is reversed, though. So you can see these chains. I do feel like a lot of these chains are illusions because we are unhappy that the change wasn't like, didn't feel like a choice. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't prepare. I feel like you're one of those people that prepare for everything. So now you're being challenged in all of these different ways. I also feel like you're changing in a lot of different ways. And it's like each one of these chains are like something that you have to deal with that are pulling you in a whole bunch of different directions. So as much as you are the King of Swords here, you don't know what direction to go in, because the universe is pulling you in all of these different sorts of directions. The Devil card, when it is reversed, it usually deals with releasing self-limiting beliefs. So the Devil usually deals with like addictions, attachments, self-limiting beliefs. It deals with your like shadow self, so the things that you don't want to see. But I feel like these are like different areas of your life. So like finances, friends, like fulfillment, your job, career, like all of these things, they're like pulling you in so many different directions. So like one of these things, like maybe you're having financial problems, it's pulling you in this way and it's putting pressure on the rest of the things because you're having financial problems, you're having a hard time finding a job. Like that's what this is giving me. But this ring is self-limiting beliefs. So you yourself are limiting all of these things because, sorry, they like told me it, but it's like a big concept. It's like your fear of going to the next level and holding something that big. It's like being given a task that you feel like you're not ready for. Here's how I can explain it better. So like if you started a new job and you feel like the job is like out of your league, like you're still too naive, you're still learning, you still like don't really know what you're doing. So you feel out of your element, even though you were hired to do that job and they know exactly like what your skill level is and your experience and all of that stuff. Your self-limiting beliefs are making you kind of like stumble over what you're doing. That's kind of what's happening here. That's why all of these things have a lot of pressure towards them. And I feel like it might also be related to some sort of betrayal that happened. That could be your job. That could be a lot of things going on in your life. But you're starting to like pull these chains away from you. And it's making you question your worth. Question if you can do things. Because I feel like someone may have had like more control over you. And that removing of those chains are starting to make you realize that you are used to that control. You are used to being told what to do all the time. And now that that's not happening, you feel like you can't trust yourself. Does that make sense? It actually makes perfect sense. And I know exactly what this is referring to. Because like this is a huge concept that I can explain. But it's like other people have made you second guess your experience and your ability because they wanted to be right and they wanted to like know everything and they wanted to be like superior, and that's how they like maintain this control, maintain the chains. But now that person is no longer in your life, so now you're like, well, I can't do it without this other person because that person was right. They weren't right. They were doing that to control you. Like, the things that you were doing were not wrong. They just wanted you to think that they were. And now that they're gone, your self-limiting beliefs are keeping you here. Okay. And then your last card, which is also reversed, is the Hierophant card. So, at least I think it's reversed. Dyslexia is hard. It's reversed. The 5 is upside down. Okay. So, this like tree-looking card that also kind of looks like a path. This is the Hierophant card. The Hierophant card usually deals with traditions. It deals with like structure, like how the universe sort of works, like these unwritten rules. And it's very like stereotypical. I feel like that's how you were before. And I feel like, I don't know, what I see from these like cards being put together is a whole bunch of different paths that brought you here. And now you're figuring out the right path to go. Like all of these paths come together to lead to one path out. With this card being in reverse, it's not going to be a traditional type of thing, meaning it's not going to be a traditional type of job. It's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit unconventional. And I feel like that's what you've been being drawn to for a while. And now it's time to do it. And it's scary, but it's time to do it. I feel like my spirit guides are trying to reach me through this. Okay, next 2 cards. This is the 6. So we have 6 of Swords. 6 of Swords is a transformation. And it's upright. We are going through a transformation. And it is, usually, I view this as like my spiritual awakening card. It's very much like you have to leave your baggage at the door. There's not enough room on this boat for you and your baggage. Your baggage are your self-limiting beliefs. And then, what card is this? 8. Oh, okay. We have the 8 of Wands. 8 of Wands is fast-paced change. These 2 cards together give me sinking ship. I'm like, you can tell me what you see, but I see sinking ship. And it's not a bad thing. I feel very much like, that's how it feels right now. You feel like a sinking ship, but it is not a bad thing because both of these cards are upright. You are making the change a lot faster than you would like, a lot faster than other people would have done it. And you're going through a transformation that feels like an identity crisis. Because that's what this card, this Six of Swords usually talks about, is some sort of like journey spiritually. Yes. Yeah, losing my job before I was ready to quit definitely accelerated everything. Yeah, I feel like it triggered a lot of other areas in your life though too. You're just kind of like, you're not the person that built it anymore, so you kind of don't fit into this puzzle. You're going to a new puzzle. And it's been difficult because I feel like a resistance because that is what you know. So that's these two cards. And our last two cards, sorry, last three cards. I have 3 in this set. They all wanted to come out together. So this is 16, and then these. Okay. I'll start with 16. I think this is the Tower card, if I remember correctly. Yep. Okay, we got the Tower card, which is a lightning strike. Feels like one. Chaotic change. And then let's put... Okay. Well, this is going to be fun. All right. So this is 3, which is the Empress. The Empress is fertility. It is creative spark. It is intuition. It is... I just give like fertility. We're starting things. We're growing things. Basically what they tell me with this, I don't know if other people were told this when they were like little, but like, was anyone else told that if lightning struck trees or whatever, it made the trees greener? Or is that just me? Or is that just like a thing that you tell kids? I remember that as a child. And that's what they're telling me now. That like the lightning strike is making things green again. Because they weren't green and you knew that they weren't green for a while. Lightning strike and chaotic change. Nope, never heard of that. I don't know what happened to me as a child, but I was told that if lightning struck trees, it made it greener. I also did not realize that when it's your birthday, my family, when you cut the cake and it's your birthday, you can't take the knife out of the cake because you don't get your wish. And it's your second wish because you blow the candles out. That's your first wish. And then they give you a knife, and you cut the cake as the birthday person. And if you take the knife out, then you don't get your second wish. Sounds like an Appalachian thing. Anyways. That's what they're telling me, though. The lightning strike is going to make things greener. Your last card on this, we have the 7 of Wands. So let's put you in this picture, huh? 7 of Wands is persistence. They want me to say it's kind of like you're in control of this big change. That gives me the vibe of whatever path you choose is going to feel like a lightning strike. I don't think this has happened yet, which I know is like a lot. I feel like what did happen was more the like sinking ship, the last one. This was losing your job. This is going to be your Tower moment when you choose what you're going to do, but it's going to feel productive because you're on top of the like lightning strike. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions before I move on to Christy? You probably call it pop too, huh? Listen, I told Riker this when we went to the grocery store the first time. And I was like, do you want any pop? And they were like, what did you just call this? I'm like, listen, if you're going to live here, this is what we call it here. I'm like, you can call it soda in the lost land of California, but we don't call that here. Oh, sorry. I'm sure that was not great for anyone with headphones. It's soda. It's pop. You can call it soda in California. But everyone here calls it pop, and you can't make fun of me for it because everyone here calls it pop. You're the odd man out. Just saying. Nope, no questions. Thank you so much. This reading was something I needed to hear to validate how I was feeling and put in words and visualize how I was feeling about everything. That's great. I'm glad I was able to give you something to grasp onto. Christy, are you here? And have I read your spirit guides before? I feel like I have not. So I'll give you the disclaimer. With spirit guides are just energy. And as a psychic medium, I am interpreting that energy. A lot of times they give me signs and symbols to tell me why they are here for you. However, if you go to another psychic medium, they may see them differently because they are using different signs and symbols to convey different messages to those psychic mediums. So for me, a lot of times they will tell me colors. Colors have different associated meanings, so they will show up as a certain color, or they will have like something on their body be that color to tell me what they do for you. So that can also change if what they are doing or what they are helping you with changes, because they're dynamic beings. They're not just one thing. Anyways, hello. You have not read mine before. I didn't think so. I'm going to use a different deck because this deck is going to be a lot to do for that. So, with spirit guides, I see a red male spirit guide that is very sort of calm and dopey. I feel like... Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about how to explain this. So, they make me feel like you may be a very, like, type A type person of, like... And it's in a very anxious way of everything needs to be put together or else something really bad is going to happen. And you have this male spirit guide, this male red spirit guide that has come forward that makes everything non-serious. 10,000% type A for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's a lot of anxiety with it. It's not a like, I need to be perfect. It's, or else something bad will happen. So you have this red spirit guide. Red, usually the color of red, when I see it with spirit guides, it usually indicates a spirit guide that comes forward that helps you feel safe and like stable. So when you don't feel safe and secure, that's when these spirit guides come forward. You have had this spirit guide for quite some time, I feel like. And I feel like it fluctuates of how present he is. Because it's like, I feel like there are times in your life where you're almost like, you would prefer to be nonverbal because there is so much going on in your head. So I feel like you think very, very quickly and very, very fast. And a lot of times you think about 3 things at once and it becomes overwhelming. But there are certain points of your life, anytime there's a lot of stress, where there's so much going on that you just, you have to speak, but you wish that you didn't. That is when he's the most present. He's a very like feeling type spirit guide. So how he presents in your life is very like, I don't know. It's interesting because he feels more like a vibration, but like in your chest. So like he makes me think of like when you listen to music really, really loud, you can feel it in your chest. That's kind of the feeling he has. See you, Paper Flower. Thanks for hanging out. Why speak when you can text, right? It makes me feel like the reason why he is that energy is because when you are that anxious, you need a redirection. So there's a lot of people that like become numb or become dissociated. And I feel like sometimes that happens for you, but the times where it doesn't is when he comes forward and tries to help redirect. So it's like if you're talking about something that is upsetting, it like triggers your nervous system to the point of like no return of like you can't talk, you can't like really do anything, like you're just fully focused on like I am trying to calm myself down, but there is literally nothing that I can do. You can't talk to me about this anymore. Like it just gets worse and worse and like snowballs and snowballs and snowballs. And he is the one that's like, let's talk about something else. Or like he just like starts just doing something completely off topic that distracts you from the feeling that you're feeling. Does that make sense? Analysis paralysis. Yeah, it's something that I do as well. When something is inherently triggering, there is literally nothing else that will help other than talking about something else. Like I literally talked to my therapist about it the other day because I'm doing EMDR with a therapist, and it's like reprocessing past traumatic memories, and we went to a memory that is like a level 10 out of 10 horrible, and she was like, okay, if you become triggered, what can we do to calm your nervous system? And I was like, there's literally nothing that you can do. You literally just have to stop talking about it. Like, that's it. So, that is what he helps you with. Do you have questions for him specifically? Let's see if we have cards for him. What else do we got? 5, 6, 7 wands, persistence. I feel like we're not feeling great lately. Almost like a sick feeling. Does that make sense? We're like fighting a lot of different stressors, and we don't feel like ourselves. Okay, can you hear me now? It decided to also mute my mic? Question mark? Lost it again. Okay. Use sign language. Wasn't that shit annoying?
Did you fix it?
Yeah, it like muted from Elgato's software. Because I have a mute button, like,
On your
this
mic,
is my
yeah.
mute button. It was fine. It muted in the software. But yeah, what I was saying, I have like a circuit down here that just trips randomly. My dad says it's a problem and that I should fix it, but it has been happening since the 7 years since I've lived here, and no one has helped me with it, so it's still like that. Are you still here, Christy?
It's just coming down to make sure, because sometimes
everything works.
You don't read chat fast enough, so I was coming to tell you.
I'm surprised it went right back in there.
Yeah, it's surprising.
I was out for like 10 minutes. That's dramatic. I was out for like 5 minutes.
Also, hello, everybody.
This is Riker. Hello. I'm still here. What was the last thing you heard me say? That you were having a hard time recently. That you felt sick, right? Did you hear that? I just moved back to the U.S. from teaching overseas, and I'm working on becoming unburnt out. Yeah. Okay. Great. That's what I'm talking about. How's it going?
It's chill. Thinking about our Ninja Creamy.
Oh, guys, we got a Ninja Creamy. It's amazing.
Alright, makes one of them.
We've already had people ask us about recipes and doing a live stream where we make recipes for the Ninja Creamy. And we said yes, obviously. How is medium life? Living? Some could say undeading. Oh, here comes the Ninja Creamy. This is what we made yesterday. It is a Crystal Light and limeade. Strawberry Crystal Light.
It's great.
Does it still look like sorbet, or do we have to do it again?
I'll have to do it again.
Is it like frozen? Oh yeah, it looks frozen.
Yeah. It's frozen.
It was good. Riker, send me some. Riker
No.
cameo.
No, it's mine.
And then you were in the process of pulling cards from him. Okay, thank you. I'll retell you the story. We have like 5 pints. They're really big. I guess they're not pints. That looks like half a gallon.
It is big. It's a big boy.
But be prepared for this Ninja Creamy to be our entire personality.
It already is. I literally dreamed about it last night.
Riker dreamed about it. And telling
my entire family about...
You were telling your uncle, who was Daryl from The Walking Dead, about our Ninja Creamy. That's the most dream that I could, like, explain to someone, I think.
Well, it's funny because he just looked like Daryl.
Yeah,
but
okay,
his name
but
was
he...
still Ken.
But he's still your uncle.
Yeah, so literally, like, in my dream was, like, showing him how it worked.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, we gotta show my Uncle Ken. And then he, like, showed up. And in my dream, I was like, something is weird. You look different.
Did you get a haircut?
Did you grow your hair out?
Did you grow your hair overnight?
Like, you see my uncle.
And look like you could beat some shit out of some walkers? Anyways.
I think he would be good in the...
I do too.
I think he would end up being more like a Negan.
Your uncle?
Or like be a savior.
Oh, okay.
Not like Negan himself.
Yeah,
like
I was like,
savior.
I don't like Negan. He killed Glenn. I still can't watch that episode, mostly because of the noises that Glenn makes. I'm like, oh, I can't do this.
Anyways. Sorry for the loud noise. Because I'm going to make some.
Oh, I don't know that you'll be able to hear it, but probably it's fine.
Do you want... I'm assuming you don't want any since you're streaming.
I mean, if you want to bring me down like a scoop or something, I'll eat it while streaming. I'll show you guys what it looks like. It's a sorbet. It is strawberry, Crystal Light, and simply limeade. They're really good. Anyways, back to Christy and your spirit guide reading. So, I was pulling cards for you from him, and he was telling me that lately you have felt like sick. And I don't think it's necessarily a, like, I'm sick, but, like, it's a sick feeling. I don't know. The way that they explain it to me is lately for me, I've felt so stressed out that my body feels sick even though I don't have, like, a fever and sick. And the reason why I say that is because I pulled cards for him, like I said. 7 of Wands. I just feel like a whole bunch of tension stressors are being pushed on you. Death card, a lot of, like, endings have happened, and the Empress in reverse has made you feel not like yourself. So that is the vibe that I'm getting. That's why he's coming forward to sort of, like, mediate that feeling. You need more structure, and he's giving you the structure Hierophant card. That tracks. That's how I've been. Yeah, I feel like there's just... Okay. It's like you're trying to have a routine and schedule, and it just keeps failing. And because it keeps failing, it makes you feel like you can't do anything. That's what this Hierophant card is giving me. Hierophant is traditions, it's structure, that sort of thing. Olivia, we're doing some readings. Let me see which reading you picked. Oh, we're doing another spirit guide reading. If you want more, I'll add more spirit guide readings if we're doing that today. Yeah. Lots of new things. Feels overwhelming. He says that you need to take it slow. You need to build up the stamina, because I have the strength card reversed. They're like, I feel like you're the type of person that could do a lot during the day. You could manage a lot of different tasks all at once. And now it's confusing that it feels like you can't get as much done, but you're not sure what's happening. It's almost like time is moving, like, how do I explain that? Because there's like not enough hours in the day, but it feels like time is going so slow. Does that make sense? Because that's kind of like how I've felt before, where it's like, I don't understand like how we got so much done in the past, when now it feels like it takes so much effort to just move. That is the vibe. That is the vibe. We're building up stamina. Riker's trying the Italian ice with our Ninja Creamy. We don't know what all the settings do. Do you have questions, Christy, about him or in general? But he's making me feel like you need to build things back up. You feel like you have a lot of experience in this, like, point of your life, but it's like you're brand new to it. I've been back for 3 months, and I've only just begun to feel slightly comfortable getting back into my language studying hobby. Makes sense. It's very much a, like, you need to, like, start slow and build things back up to where it was. So it's like a reset. You need to work on your foundations. So, like, what have you been ignoring that it's time to do those things? Because there's, like, a lot of excuses to build down roots. But it's time to do that. Focus on the roots. Because you have uprooted, you need to focus on repairing, like, creating re-foundations, all that stuff. Ace of Wands. Starting new... Ace of Wands is usually like a new spark. But yeah, any questions? Any questions? Is he always why I want to dye my hair red? Is there a starting point that's suggested? Is he always the reason why I want to dye my hair red? Potentially. I feel like it might be a comfort thing. Makes you feel comfortable. I don't know if it's necessarily him, but that's what he says. And then your other question is there a starting point? Okay. Okay, so I have the 7 of Pentacles reverse. The starting point is, They want me to say it is counterintuitive for you to think this way, but you need to focus on presently right now. But I feel like you're the type of person that focuses on like 10 steps ahead or like future of like, this is what I want to do in the future. You can't think like that right now because there's so many things changing that thinking about a future is also creating more like stress and pressure of like, okay. Sorry, they're like teaching me the same things now, and I'm coming to realizations about things. So what they make me feel like is you create these plans of like, oh, I'm really excited about doing this, and I'm gonna do this, and this week. But you're still focusing like on the future of I want this to be my life, this to be my career, this to be all these things, and I'm gonna do these things to do that. And then it just doesn't end up working, or there's still so much pressure to make that work that it just like unravels and falls apart. So he's talking about like you need to focus on the day to day of like, what do we feel like today? What do we want to do today? How will we get to tomorrow? And I think that is kind of like where the issue is, because the more you plan and it unravels and doesn't work, the more it feels like I'm failing and I can't do anything. And it's creating all of these like self-limiting beliefs with the devil card here of like, I can't do it. It just doesn't work. Every time I try, it doesn't work. Every time I try to set a like schedule, it doesn't work. And they're like, because so much has changed, you don't have a concept of what your future is going to look like, and that's scary. So you're almost like desperately grasping onto anything that you can in order to rebuild that. But again, you need to focus on the roots. The roots are the day-to-day. How do I get to the next day? Does that make sense? And that he's talking about that's not normally a thing that we do as adults. We do it from time to time. That's why people are like scared to like leave their like long-term relationship or leave their like long-term job or move to a different like state, country, whatever. It's because you're uprooting and starting over. And as adults, we tend to stay in the same thing. Whereas when you're a child, you get bounced around a lot. So like you go to school, you go to like grade school, and then they bounce you to middle school, and then they bounce you to high school, and then they bounce you to college, and then they bounce you into career, and you're constantly shifting and changing and starting over. But when you're an adult, it feels overwhelming and hard because again, now you're doing it alone. So it's almost like we don't have the capacity to know how to deal with change when we were in the adult phase, because when we were a child, we had help. So as an adult, it is harder because we're like, well, I can't ask for help because I'm an adult. I should be able to figure it out. But a lot of times when we're in these places, we need that help, and we need to also just focus on the day-to-day. How am I going to get to the next day until we are comfortable? So it's kind of like being a freshman in college. You have ideas of what you want to be in the future, but a lot of times those dreams change. Yes. Do you have any other questions before I move on to Olivia? And Olivia, we're doing a spirit guide reading. Olivia, have I read you? Are you that Olivia? Are you the magic Olivia? Because I think we made a candle for an Olivia named Magic with a K. Is that you, or are you someone else? Lol, yes. Okay, so you're the Olivia Magic. Okay. So with the purple spirit guide, that's name is Magic. I can try and give you a new, unless you want me to talk to him, them, Magic. But I can give you new spirit guides. Let me know. But Christy, let me know if you have any final questions before I move on.
It's a bit grumbly because I'm still figuring out the settings, but it's okay.
Riker's bringing me ice cream sorbet. Oh my smells wonderful. It smells like limeade. That makes sense. It's helpful. This has been a super useful and interesting. Gives me an idea of where to go from here. Thank you. Last question. Is there anything he says about being creative? Hi.
Hey. Like I said, it's a bit crumbly, so I'm sorry, but still tastes good.
It's so good. It does taste like a sorbet. Or whatever you want to call it. A sherbet. Sherbet. Yeah. Oh, you want to talk to Magic? We could do that. Let me finish up with Christy, because that'll be fun. Also, Magic is just so cute. The candle that we made for them is amazing. If you guys are interested in a spirit guide candle, even if you don't know your spirit guides, we can pick out a candle for you. We can intuitively make one for you and give you a little guy for your things. Let me give you the link for that, now that I'm thinking about it. Candles. If you guys are interested in a candle. I'm gonna put shop. Here you go. Okay. So, last question. Is there anything he says about being creative? It tastes so good. We made some, like, protein ones. We made, like, a Cinnabon one with, like, ghost cinnamon bun protein powder and, like, vanilla soy milk. It's so good. Anyways. So, creativity from Red Spirit Guide. Oh, I should also explain. I don't think I explained what he looks like. He looks kind of like a monster. Usually when I see red monsters, it's because they came with you when you were a child. They usually look like something that comes out of like Home of Imaginary Friends. You know what I'm talking about? He doesn't necessarily look like that red monster, but he looks like something that would come from that. But he's like fluffy, like he's hairy, he has long legs, and he has like a mustache. And he's red, monster-y type thing. So, does he actually look like that? I'm not entirely sure, but for me, signs and symbols-wise, he looks like a monster because he came with you when you were a child. That's why I told you it that way. But creativity. Okay. I feel like you've lost a lot of that in your life. You have a lot of cards that are reversed. I feel like, let's see, 5 of Cups. And I feel like you've lost it with a lot of trauma. Five, 6, 7. Like, you don't trust yourself to have, like, these creative ideas. Okay. Since you just moved here, I feel like maybe there's someone in your life that makes you feel more comfortable. I feel like you need to lean into relationships. Was there a bad one? I don't feel like there is necessarily a bad one. There's just a lot of, like, insecurity, and you need someone to light you up. Ghost Cinnabon protein powder and silk vanilla soy milk. It's really good. We also put some cinnamon in it. Some extra cinnamon. Is this a person that we have now? I feel like it's not someone you know right now. The candle's in my office and my coworkers love the smell. When I use that wax melt, when I've used that wax melt things, I've told people about it and then being a spirit guide, which is always a fun combo start, right? Yeah, I don't know. I remember that one because I'm like, oh, it's so cute. I still see him masculine too, so we can talk to Magic. But Christy, I feel like there might be someone that's going to come into your life that's going to make you feel more creative. But right now, there's a lot of pain in. That makes sense. I just got married last month. Ah, that makes sense because I'm like, something changed. 10 of Cups. This card is like divine love, alignment. It's someone else. Someone else is lighting you up. And it's like something new about it. A high school friend reached out to me to hang out, but it's not someone I know. That's interesting. Something new. New person lighting you up about creativity because you've insecurities been like pushed down by it. Your ideas have not been received well. So that's what he tells me about it. Right now, it's like you just need to be shown that you're allowed to be you. Because I feel like that's the issue. I feel like you're inherently creative. But the universe, people, whoever, have belittled and put you down enough to make you think that you aren't. And you are holding on to that very, very harshly. And it's very much a like very, very subtle thing of like, well, no, they're right. Even though they're not right, they've convinced you that they're right. And that's not fair. But thank you so much for purchasing a reading. I'm going to move on to Olivia. It was very nice talking to your red spirit guide, even though we got interrupted by my house deciding not to work. Thank you for my reading. I've been following you for a period of time and wasn't able to get a reading from you previously. I'm glad I caught you, though. No problem. Of course. I really appreciate it. Also, if you guys have purchased private readings from me, you should be getting that this week at some point. I have some days off, so I'm going to be doing private readings as well. So. But, Olivia, we're doing spirit guide reading. We're going to talk to Magic. But yeah, we did a candle for Olivia. It was the cutest thing ever. Magic is a purple spirit guide. That I feel leans more masculine, but I could be wrong. Right now he feels more masculine. But I also feel like Magic is very kind of obscure. But anyways, let's get into it. Do you have questions that you would like me to get into, or we'll just go? I will just go, but also let me know if you have questions. Very reckless. Hold on, let me add another one here. If you guys are interested in spirit guide readings, I will add another one. And we'll go one by one. So, it should be there if you guys are interested. No pressure, but very reckless, you will be after Olivia. And her spirit guide, Magic. I also feel like I need to shuffle this deck or use a different one. I feel like we're excited about new things happening in our life. Without looking at the cards, that's how I feel. Some like positivity has been going on in your life. And it's allowing some creativity, but you feel a little bit out of your element. Is this a live reading? Yes, we are doing a spirit guide reading for Olivia. These are paid readings, though. If you are interested, the link is pinned at the top of chat. So. But. Let me get into Magic. Yeah, so purple spirit guides, like I've explained before, purple spirit guides usually deal with, like, like mental energy. It's usually like psychic energy, things that are inside of your head. Usually people that have purple spirit guides are like ones that like dream a lot. They like solve a lot of their problems within their dreams. They daydream a lot. They have maladaptive daydreams. But I definitely feel like with magic, that's a lot of like where your headspace is. But right now, magic makes me feel like there is some positive things happening that we don't feel quite ready for. It's not like what you expected. So. I feel like the universe is asking you to be more yourself, and that is scary. I'm laughing a bit because the positivity stuff, I wonder if it has to do with a breakup recently where I didn't expect it and didn't realize I needed it to happen. Yeah, that makes sense. Because just like Queen of Swords, this is the second time the sun has come out. It is very much like we were being suppressed and now we are allowed to be ourselves. That is the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords is unapologetically ourselves. But the cards that I had before, they were all reversed of like, we don't feel very good about it, but it's really good. Oh, lots of choices. We don't know what to do now because now we have to trust ourselves. That's hard. That's a lot. We're at a crossroads. Yeah, I feel like that's why we're talking to magic. Magic is helping you figure that shit out. Yeah. Okay, I feel like there is like this desperation to like make these changes right now. But magic is like, no, you should just like chill out. You should just let it happen. It'll happen naturally. Like, you know what we're doing. Like, this is pretty normal. Even though it doesn't feel normal, they're like, it's going to be a little bit of a slow progress and it needs to sit there for a while for you to process. And I'm saying that all with like these cards that are coming out. So Knight of Pentacles reversed is like stopped. We are stalled. We have Three of Wands of like, we are looking for more. We are trying to expand, but we need to take it easy. Four of Swords is rest, relaxation, because we are focused on this. We are making a journey. They also want me to like put these two cards together because this one also has a boat at the top by the 3. So I'm like, that makes sense. We are on this journey for expansion. And we feel like a lot is going on, but it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time. We need to wait for the journey. We need to allow things to pass. The sun coming out again. I don't know how you feel about it, but the spirit guide is like, amazing, amazing, great, amazing. I know you don't like this. Amazing. 10,000%. I was so sad and didn't want it to happen, but realizing I've been more stressed out in the relationship and actually losing myself a bit in it, that coming out of it is overwhelming. Yeah. Rest. Rest. Allow it to happen. It's just like, again, I hate when people say this. It was just kind of meant to happen. Which I know I fucking hate when people say that. The reason is because it feels very dismissive. But the reason why I'm saying it is because there feels like something that you need to do. It's just going to fall into place. Once things are like ready for like the next step, you will know it will be very obvious. Because things will just like lay in place. It will just happen. Which type of reading this is? This is a spirit guide reading. So we're talking to Olivia's spirit guide magic. But I also use a little bit of tarot. I'll use a little bit of tarot to like gauge what we should be talking about. So the other one was less tarot because I have never met Christie's spirit guide before, but I have talked to Magic before. But yeah, Magic is talking about how your mind is going all over the place, but it just iron things out. It'll literally just fall into place. I did randomly go on a trip alone to Texas for a networking event, which is way out of my comfort zone because I don't like crowds, and now I'm putting myself out there in a lot more. That's what the cards are saying. Like, amazing, amazing. We're doing everything, and we're not even trying, but we don't feel like ourselves. That's what we keep getting. We keep getting the Empress in reverse. We don't feel like ourselves, but Magic is, it's amazing. And I'm like, maybe not, maybe too soon, you know? Maybe like take it chill pill, you know? But we're very excited about it. That's what Magic is very excited about it. Do you have questions for it? What is the procedure for a reading? So these are paid readings. There's a link at the top of chat, but I can also provide it to you again. It will be a different link because it goes to Ko-Fi, but I will give this one to you too. Right now I'm doing spirit guide readings and tarot readings. Tarot readings focus more on like questions about your life, like relationships, life path, generally whatever you like, career, whatever you like. Spirit guides are more so the beings that are around you helping. Who are they? What are they doing for you? Do we have questions for them? That sort of thing. Also, sorry I'm eating sorbet that we made in our Ninja Creamy. Yummers. It's so good. Look at it. It's pink. Not sponsored yet. But this is going to be our entire personality. Because, like, what do you mean we can make ice cream in our house? What do they look like? Is there a way to tell when something pops up to me that it's them? Oh, the spirit guide is interesting. How visual are you? Because I don't see very much of anything from Magic. Like, they are like an idea. How I see them is like a cloud and the outside edge of it is purple. Which I know is not a lot, but yeah. So what that tells me is what they specifically help you with is a lot of like figuring things out in your head. I feel like they help you process things through like visualizations in like daydreams and like actually sleeping. So they like show up in a lot of different ways. But them themselves, I don't see having like a form. Which usually indicates how a person thinks or what the spirit guide is helping with. So, visual stuff may not be as important. I feel like you constantly maybe like talk to yourself about things and then you will get like almost like a light bulb idea, but the idea is not verbal, it's not visual, it's not any of that. It's just literally like a thought in your head. So weird showing up in sleeping or dream type stuff because I can't remember my dreams. I'm not surprised because I feel like a lot of people that have it's called claircognizance, which is clear thoughts. So I feel like a lot of your spiritual gifts deal with claircognizance. Because I also struggle with remembering my dreams. I feel like when you are very like thought-based thinking, where it's not like seeing things or like hearing a monologue type things. It's just thoughts. It's harder to like untangle those into what actually happened. And I'm not saying you don't have an inner monologue. I feel like you have an inner monologue that gets interrupted with like thoughts that don't have verbiage, sound, visuals. It's just thoughts. Does that make sense? And it's like underneath like what you're saying. That's the best way I can explain it. It's very hard to explain like claircognizance because it is just ideas, basically. But since he's a purple spirit guide, you should tell me. You should like go to sleep tonight. I'm just gonna be telling everyone that I can, because I've been doing this with Lilith, and the reason I'm doing this with Lilith is because Riker told me to do it. But before you go to sleep, you should ask him like a question, or ask him like what he like looks like or whatever, and then see if you dream about it. And I know you said that you don't remember your dreams, but sometimes when you ask Spirit to like show you things, they'll like make you lucid enough to remember, because I've never been like lucid really in a dream before, or at least not for very long. But like when Lilith does it, she's like, this is the part of the dream that you need to pay attention to, and then she'll answer my questions through dreams. So I'm just wondering, asking for a friend, if you do that, let me know what happens. Oh, I definitely will. Wonderful. Do you have any last questions before I move on to Very Reckless, I believe is next? This one. And then, is it Amani? Is that how you say your name? Or Aman? Or Amain? Something like that? You will be after Very Reckless, and you have a spirit guide reading. And then we'll do a tarot reading with Very Reckless. My ice cream is turning into soup, but it's fine. Dude, the Ninja Creamy, it's amazing. E is silent. So, Aman. Okay, great. Thank you. Only one. What's their take on my job? Because that one mental stress. That's one mental stress after another. It gives you what you need. That's the most positive thing that I've got here. But with your job, it feels like you are alone. It feels like you do everything. And it feels like everything is put on your back and you need to figure out how to delegate it. And you feel like you have no option. But the positive thing about it is that it gives you what you need. And that's about it. It does not feel good. You feel alone doing it. You feel really alone doing it. Like no one understands why it's so hard. You feel like you have no way out. And you feel like everything is on your back. Everything is on your back. But you at least get what you get paid. That's what he's saying. Like, you get paid. Well, let's see what we do about that. Like, do we stay? Do we go? I'm gonna say, oh, okay. Think you need to prepare before, if you make the change. You need to hold on to some things. We have Four of Pentacles. It's usually I don't like Four of Pentacles when it's upright because it's like we're holding on to things that are weighing us down. But there, it makes me feel like it can also go into like a savings type thing. I feel like we need to save to make some changes because I'm not sure that you know what you want to do. So, but I feel like the Queen of Swords, I feel like you're just going to eventually change things. But I think there needs to be preparation because it is doing what it's meant to in the sense of you're getting what you need. Yeah. It's going to be a fight to leave it, so be prepared. But the cage door is open. You're allowed to do whatever you would like. But there is going to be a bigger picture. There is going to be some change happening that's going to cause things to be more stable. But I feel like it is creating a lot of, like, stability for you right now. Holy crapola. That sums it up. It's never boring, and I sure do get paid nicely, but those are the only perks. Because I'm up in a high position. If I leave it, all falls apart because I did all the setup. Yeah. Because I feel like if you leave, you need to prepare. Like, it's gonna be a very hard change if you just, like, quit on the spot, basically. Because, like, I feel like you need a security net. Because the universe is giving you what you need, but I feel like you're made for more if you want it. You know that you might want it, but it is a, like, you need to use this as a stepping stone. Very much so. Because it will not be like that at a new place unless you take your time with it. So I feel this, like, sensation of, like, well, let's just drop it. I don't need it, like, quitting without a plan type thing. They're talking about, like, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't quit without a plan. And I'm not usually the one that says things like that. I'm like, no, fuck them, leave. Your spirit guide is like, is it really that bad that you have to leave right this second? Or can we make a plan about leaving and then we can figure that out later? So, like, maybe it's unnecessary stress because you're dealing with stress other places. Question mark. Oh, heck no. I have to plan, but I did almost quit last week. I get you. I get that. But what they make me feel like with that is if you quit on the spot, you would have to build yourself back up to the same spot to get the same, like, benefit from. But if you keep that job, make plans, and have a transition into a new position, you'll be in a better spot. Does that make sense? That's the vibe that I'm getting from the cards. You will be in a better spot if you make the plans to do so. My ice cream is now soup. Sure does, thank you. Of course, very reckless. Do you have a question for your tarot reading? Today is a very chill day to do readings, I feel like. I feel okay. I feel like the last time I did readings was overwhelming. And it might be because Riker worked that day. Riker worked, and I drove them to work right before. And then in between, I did readings. And then I had to promptly go and pick them up. So maybe I was stressed out. I know I was stressed out. It's fine. I'm fine. No questions yet. Just hit me. All right, all right. Let's use... Hold on, where's my paper? I want to use this other deck that I used for Amanda. So, if you were not here, which I don't think you were, I got my paper wet. Maybe I should use a new piece of paper. I'm going to. It's from the same piece, but it's a new piece of paper. But I have this deck. It's called the Transparent Tarot deck. If you're making me hungry. Dude, not sponsored, but the Ninja Creamy is in fact worth it. I don't know. We found it because we've been getting into like fitness things. And a lot of the fitness people online use it to make like protein ice cream and stuff. And I'm like, protein powder by itself, disgusting. Even in protein milkshakes, you kind of can get that like grittiness. But when you put it in a Ninja Creamy, it's not like you're having like protein powder at all. I'm gonna try the brown butter ice cream today. Riker's mom gave us a recipe for brown butter ice cream. And we have Irish butter, so we can do Irish brown butter ice cream. We're going to try all of the recipes, and then when we figure out good ones, we'll share the recipes with you. So look out for that. But very reckless. I have this tarot deck. It's called the Transparent Tarot deck, and the cards are see-through. So the concept with these is when you... There was like condensation on my mat, so now the paper is a little bit... It's got some water spots on it. But the concept is you layer the cards on top of each other, and they create like these little story pictures. And I think it's cool, and I am feeling it today, so we're going to do that. I think I've seen you use them before. Yeah, I did a live stream that was just exclusively this Transparent Tarot deck. But this was like when I was doing Tarot Book Club a long time ago. This was the first deck that I used, because I still want to do a Tarot Book Club for members. I just don't have any money to buy tarot decks. But anyways. Again. Oh, if you guys are interested in readings, I still have some available. You can click the link at the top of chat. Yes. Hold on. I need to get back to my payment page. Okay. So after Amon, I have, I think it's Maeve? Maeve Moon? Or Mauve Moon? I think it's Maeve. But very reckless. We're doing tarot readings. We're starting out general. If you have any questions in the process, she'll let me know. Okay. Mauve, like the color. Let me flip this over. Okay. And also, with reading this deck, the deck is a little bit weird because it goes by, like, numbers and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know that I actually know what this card is. I think it's still the Magician, because this is a Major Arcana card, and you can see up here there's a 1. So it'll take me a second to realize what card is what. So. This one, these. Okay. Okay. It's so sunny out, and I'm in a heated blanket. Okay. Let us start with your first two cards. This is the Five of Cups and the Magician. What else we got here? Five of Pentacles. Okay. We are kind of stressed. Okay, let me have these three. All right, let's start with your first two cards. So we're going to start with the Magician card. So the Magician card usually deals with, like, manifestation. This is usually, like, basically making anything you want into existence. So it is having all of the resources and talents in order to accomplish something, right? That is this card. However, Christy, thank you so much. I just realized. Appreciate your donation, your tip. So much. Truly, truly. But yes, this card, Magician card, it's usually creating something out of nothing. But it is literally having all of the resources and talents to accomplish something. However, we're not feeling great about it. So this is the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups is like sadness, grief. It is painful. Five of Cups is like a lot of like hard emotions. It's a lot of grieving. And it just like how these line up, it just makes me feel like that is causing a lot of things to change in your life. And I feel like a lot of it is bittersweet is what I want to say. Of like, it's things that you want, but not in the way that you wanted them. Does that make sense? So there is a lot of like sadness around it and confusion. But it's very painful. And I have a lot of like characters in that like stance down here. A lot of like pain, a lot of like hardship is happening. But this right here, it's like one of your little cups, one of the sad things that like fell over. It's turning into something good. But it is not, it's not how you want it. Not how you want it at all. Next cards. Okay, let's do, this is Four of Swords is on the bottom. These are all upright. Your last three cards, there are two reversed. But I'll probably flip them back up for the reading. But we have Four of Swords. Four of Swords is usually like rest. It's a lot of like slowness. And then paired with the next card on top of it, we have the Five of Swords. Fives are not great. Fives are unstable. Fives are usually painful. We don't like a five in numerology, in tarot. We don't like a five. Five is challenge. It's hard. And you can see with this little guy here, it doesn't look like he's having a good time. This is loss. Usually Five of Pentacles is physical loss of some sort. It could be money. It could be a physical loss of something in your life. That could be a person. That could be material objects. But something literally left your life, and it is causing things to slow down in your life. And if we relate it back to these first two cards here, you're being forced to sort of like view your life. Dude, why do I want to put these all together? Let's see what that looks like. You're being forced to sit with everything, to go slowly while things change and manifest out of the processing of that. With that, it makes me feel like you have gone through a lot of hardship, and it has literally been like forcing you down, and now that it's gone, It is making you realize some very uncomfortable things that cause a lot of fear, frustration, hardship, sadness. And you are meant to just sit there. Bring my piece of paper back up. You are meant to just sit there and listen. And it fucking sucks. Because the realizations that you are making is showing you that you are actually capable of doing things without other people's help. Because I feel a lot of like belittling, dismissing, being pushed down, which has caused us to be in this scenario. This loss was because other people had like control over these assets, emotions, physical things. And then when they left, they took that with them. It's very much like that concept of people saying they took a piece of my heart after they like broke your heart or whatever. That's the vibe I get here. Is like a lot of things have happened to you. I feel like it is other people solely because I feel like there's a lot of revelation about yourself that has been going on. And I feel like, I don't know, it's like that concept of like what people say when you get insecurities, you don't get insecurities from nowhere. A lot of times you get insecurities because other people told you something about yourself. So they have told you, you're not good at this, you're not pretty, you're not this. You don't usually come up with that idea on your own, you get it from somewhere else. So that's the concept they're telling me, but they're like, they did all of these things to push you down and control you. And the thing that I have been learning lately, which every time this fucking happens, it happens in readings. This is the second time I've told people today. It's very much a like, how manipulation works is a lot of times the other person, the way they get away with it is by assuming some sort of control by making them appear right, by making them appear like the person that you need to go to like do things, to understand things, to know things. And that is a very, very dangerous territory because it makes you feel like you can't do anything without them. And that's the revelation that is coming to head here, is this sadness is making you realize that the reason why things were happening before was because you were doing them. So this person that took all of this shit away from you knew this was possible, which is why they were taking things from you. You say, I've been having a good couple of months, but been getting triggered of a lot of past trauma I didn't notice I had. Yeah. It's very much a lot of like feeling belittled to the sense of you can't do anything, but you felt that way because other people wanted to take the creativity, the authenticity, the ability for you to do this. You just do this. Other people wanted it, so they took it from you and made you feel like you couldn't do it without them. Manipulation. Bullshit. Anyways, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it's not fun. But next three cards I have for you, we'll layer them on top of each other. We'll start with the Eight of Pentacles. Lessons. The Eight of Pentacles is learning lessons. It's a mastery. It's a skill development. These other two cards are reversed, but I'm going to put them upright because they fit better together. It's starting to click. Yeah. Okay, so we'll put up the next card. So we have, what are you? Where is your number, sir? Oh, I think you might be the ace. No, you're 8. Wait. Okay, we're good. That's why it was layered on top of each other. It's fine. So, both 8s. 8 of Cups, 8 of Pentacles. So, 8 of Cups is reversed, too. So, it's like that, but we're going to put it on upright this way so that it fits into the aesthetic of the cards. So, 8 of Cups, when it is upside down or reversed, it usually deals with a resistance to change. The Eight of Cups, when it's upright, usually deals with abandoning plans for something better. But when this card is reversed, it's very much like we're afraid of leaving. We have a lack of... I don't want to say that that's necessarily it, but it's like a stagnation or an indecision. And with the Eight of Pentacles, it's a like, I don't want to learn this lesson. I don't want to learn this lesson. I don't want to know these things. I just want to get on with my life. But they're like, the reason why you're learning these things is because they're going to make you realize that you are so much greater than you actually think you are. Because I feel like you have surrounded yourself with a lot of people that, like, take advantage. But another card that we're going to place on top of here, I should look at it before I, like, do it. 9 of Swords. Okay. This 9 of Swords was reversed as well. And 9 of Swords reversed is releasing a fear. So, again, that goes into, like, why we don't want to learn this lesson. Because it's scary to think that we were in this situation. It's scary to think because sometimes it just fits too well. Like, the reactions that you had to what people were doing, what people were saying, it makes you look like it's your fault, but it was in reaction to things that other people were doing to you constantly. It was in reaction to something negative. So, with these two cards reversed, these two cards, we are starting to release the fear so that we can learn this lesson here. And we're starting to, and we have to be slow. We have to, like, allow it to sit. We don't want to, but that's where we're at. Things are slow right now because we are realizing what is stopping us. So you may be playing it small right now. You may be, like, limiting yourself, but that's going to change very, very quickly once we finish these lessons and realizations. Do you have questions? Does this make sense? I feel like this comes into a lot of, like, toxic relationships. And it's not just one, I don't feel like. I feel like it is a lot. But you've been coming into some realizations that what they were doing, like what they were actually doing, am I supposed to be doing anything right now? Let's see. This one. Any messages I keep getting is patience. Yeah, I feel like you are in the process of, like, getting the, like, gunk out that has been, like, weighing on your chest. So, getting the gunk out is taking time. And it's a delicate process, if you will. Okay. Let's do these cards. What is this? 4. Okay. And we'll do 3. Okay. Let us start with this one. What should you be doing? This is upright. Ace of Pentacles. So we have Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles is usually some sort of new physical thing happening. And then, okay. What else do we have here? What is this? I think this is the Wheel of Fortune. 10. 10 is the Wheel of Fortune. And then you are the Page. Okay. Let's go with what these two cards say. Something new is going to be coming in. And it's not something you expect. With the 4 of Cups. It's not something you're expecting to happen. Lol. Wheel of Fortunes. See, things are gonna happen as they will. Yeah, so for me, Four of Cups is usually a, like, an opportunity that you're not expecting. I usually view it as, like, you have 3 cups in front of you and you are so focused on these 3 cups, like, these are the options. There's no other possible options. This is it. Four of Cups says that there's going to be an opportunity that you're not expecting that's going to come from behind. So there's going to be a lot of things that don't work out. Like, you're going to really want them to work out, but they fit into these 3 categories. They're not going to work out because this 4th option is going to be coming your way. And that's what this, like, Ace of Pentacles also gives me. Because it's also behind this character, too. Like, it's behind him. Like, there's a lot of, like, something is coming that's really good and really meant for you and just totally makes sense, but it's not something you're expecting because you didn't think it was an option. Which is frustrating, because I know I just told you basically, be patient. You're not even gonna see it coming. You, like, I'm somehow on this, like, side of TikTok where the law of attraction... The law of attraction, girlies. I tried to say that all in one word, and that's not how that's gonna work. Speaking, but I'm on the law of attraction TikTok, and all of the people on there just keep talking about, like, you aren't supposed to, like, imagine exactly what's going to happen. It's supposed to be the imagining, because, like, the concept of manifestation, what people say, like, the gurus are like, you need to imagine the life that you want, and there's this concept that that exact thing will happen. However, that's not supposed to be the concept. You're a human being. You shouldn't be able to even conceptualize the things that are going to come to you. That is supposed to be used as motivation to get you into the mindset to receive things similar to that. So in this case, it's very much a, like, you can't even imagine how good it's going to be because you've never been in that situation before, but you need to take it as motivation to get there. Does that make sense? So, law of attraction, manifestation, girls with long fingernails who are girl bosses. Tony. Wow, we're really picking up on the readings. These are both reversed, but I'm going to show them the other direction. I like the sound of that, right? Okay, so we have, this is the Wheel of Fortune. Yep. Wheel of Fortune, this one's reversed. And then the Page of Pentacles, both reversed. Okay, the way I read the Wheel of Fortune is interesting. I usually view it as, like, the seasons changing. When it's in reverse, though, there is this resistance to change with the season. So it's like, yes, you can do whatever you want, but you might be uncomfortable if you are outside in shorts during winter time. So these cards are reversed, both of them. The Page of Pentacles that is reversed on here as well. Usually I view it as, like, you know everything that's kind of happening. You know how to do things by the book, but because you're so, like, into, like, this is how it has to happen, it has to be perfect, you become, like, all talk, no action of, like, I know exactly how this should happen, but how do I translate the things in my head to actually doing it? Because I don't have the experience of doing it, I just have the knowledge of doing it. And then Page of Pentacles are very practical with what they're learning about what they're doing. So these two cards together, it's very much a, like, there is this big resistance to live in the era that we are living in now. So there has been some big change with the Wheel of Fortune. The wheel changed. It is new a season, but you're still stuck on summer when it's winter time. Is it backwards day? So that's that. So in this indication, something is coming, but you need to be prepared for it coming. Because right now we're in the headspace of, like, it will never happen. Or we're in the headspace of, I need it to happen desperately. And both of those things are not going to like get you into the right place. So it's like you need to create the life that can support whatever is going to come in. And right now, you're not doing that. So again, with the Wheel of Fortune, you're not preparing for winter because you want it to be summer. But you need to prepare for winter so that you can support the new things that are coming in. So for example, like, I don't know, this is my job, so this is how I'm going to relate it. With YouTube things, since I'm a YouTuber, if I want to go viral, I need to have consistency. If I don't have a consistent output, then I'm not going to be able to support the life of wanting to have like viral things come in. It's not going to work. Those two things contradict. That's kind of like what's going on. That's what they're talking about. Of like, you need to create the environment for the things that you want to happen to be able to grow. So you need to be able to like fertilize the ground. You need to like, I don't know what you do with plant things. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Yeah, I want the thing now, but daydreaming too much instead of focusing on what I need to work on myself. Yeah, and I feel like there's also a lot of scarcity mindset that comes into it of like, I need to have this thing in order to do it. Like, I need to have the opportunity in order to build the foundation. But you can't hold that opportunity without a foundation, because right now you don't have a foundation. So you need to create, at the very least, a foundation for the opportunity to grow. So like, we're focusing more so on how are we going to support the plant when it is like big. But we need to figure out how are we going to grow it during wintertime. So, like, I'm associating this metaphor not to plants. So, like, when you are starting plants, you don't necessarily want to start them outside in, like, March or whatever, because there is a worry that the environment's not going to be able to handle it. So you need to create the environment for the seeds to be able to grow. So maybe you take them inside, and then once you have little sprouts, you'll be able to take them outside for when the environment is better. Does that make sense? Because in my head, as I'm relating it to like financial things, or I'm relating it to like that sort of thing, of like right now you're in wintertime. The environment that you have cannot support the dreams that you want. So you have to create a like temporary environment for it to thrive, so that you have a sprout, because a sprout is more like durable than a seed. So once you have the plant, once you have the sprout, you can put it outside when the environment changes, when the environment starts to change, because you have the sprout now. And then it will start to grow because you have all of the like, you have the sustainability, you have the like, not sustainability, but like stability, you have durability of the plant. The plant can withstand some sort of big change, like being moved outside to a new environment. Same thing with like the environment of your career, of your life. Does that make sense? I guess that's why you're asked to deal with your past trauma, which is some foundation for receiving easier. Because right now your past traumas are creating winter. That's how it is happening in this metaphor. It's creating the scarcity mindset of, I can't do it unless I already have it. But it's actually, you don't have the environment to do it. So even if you had it, the plant would die. Just so you know, it's going to start thunderstorming, and the clouds look really dark. Yeah, just so everybody knows, if I disappear, I will come back later. When the power goes back on. But I'm hoping that doesn't happen, because the universe, I guess, just does not want me to do readings today. Yeah, I met someone and found out I have anxious attachment, which I didn't know I had. Dude, I understand that completely. So being forced to focus on past traumas that caused it, especially like meeting someone that like doesn't suppress you, it's also really weird, because you're like, well, what do you mean you're not like upset? Well, what do you mean this and that? What do you mean? So it makes you question things about yourself. and about the relationships that you had in the past, because when you have toxic relationships, the reason toxic relationships work is because they're subtle. They're not like usually this big thing in the beginning, at least. So your last 3 cards, and now that I have gone on this huge spiel about plants, I guess, let's go into your last 3 cards, and then we'll move on to the next person. So what card is this? Oh, okay, this is reversed. So Ace of Swords. Sorry, I haven't even looked at this yet. Wands, and then... Oh, you're not gonna like this answer. You need to build things without an expectation. So, Ace of Swords reverse is like... It's clouded. It is, like a creative block. It literally feels like you're pushing against a wall and nothing is happening. Like, you don't have the ability to push a wall. Everybody knows that. Keep pushing. Because you really don't know what's gonna happen. And they are literally shielding it from you to make a choice. And the choice, the reason why there's not this pressure of the choice is because no one else is telling you what to do. You have to figure it out. Because even if someone told you what to do, they don't understand your situation, and you know that. So you know that inherently it will be wrong and not work. So you have to be the one to figure it out. But you also have to do it blind. Like, you can't really see what's going on. So you being patient, I think, is the easy way of saying just let it happen. But you need to, like, build an environment. You need to plant a seed. You need to take care of it, and you need to realize that it's going to be little during winter time until we can create an environment that's better. Don't like how this matches up. So both of these cards are reversed, but this is what it looks like upright. This is the Page of Wands. The Page of Wands usually is someone that loves to create. But when it is in reverse, there is a lot of this lack of ideas. It's just the sword going through his head for me, okay? These 2 cards very much do not go together in this deck, as you can see. It's rough. It sucks. Like, you're gonna have to literally push through hard things to, like, get there. The last card is good. The last card is amazing, but you're going through wintertime. You're literally trying to plant seeds when it's, like, negative 20 degrees outside. Like, that is what's happening. Like, you do not have it easy. It is not an easy decision because everything is barren. Like, you need to make it not barren. How do you do that? How do you do that with nothing? That's what we're dealing with. So again, it is going to be a lot of, like, figuring out how to make a temporary solution so that we have enough of a sprout, enough of stability, so that we can put it somewhere where it will thrive. Okay, last card, which is a good card that I'm talking about. I flipped these back over so that they fit together, but here's the money coming in. That's the stability. 7 of Pentacles is a long-term reward of success. That's what we're focused on. We're focused on getting stability. That is the focus, but we need to create the sprout first, so then we can start focusing on how we're going to get it even bigger. Do you have questions before I move on to, I think, Amon with a spirit guide reading. And then after Amon, I have Mauve. And then I have Christy, another spirit guide reading, and then Tony. Okay. Great. But very reckless. Do you have any final questions before I move on to Amon? I'm gonna use different cards. So I have 2 spirit guide readings and 2 tarot readings. No questions at the moment. Feel free to ask me if you have any later in the stream. So, Aman, have I read your spirit guides before? I don't think so. Your name is very unique, so I feel like I would remember. And to give you, again, the disclaimer rundown, spirit guides are just energy, and they have different ways of being perceived. So if you go to another psychic medium, they may perceive them differently. But a lot of times, spirit guides will present to me to give me information, and they will do so through, like, signs and symbols. So one of the signs and symbols that I will generally always get with spirit guides is colors. So for me, colors have different associated meanings. Spirit guides know that. So they will appear in that color in some way, shape, or form to tell me information about it. I also will use tarot cards to get more information or to, like, know what to talk about. Something along those lines. I need, like, a paper towel. My bowl is, like, sweating everywhere. My bowl is getting very warm. You might get red. Haha. We'll see, let's see. Okay, give me a second. She looks like a specific thing. Ice Princess. Okay. So, I have a female spirit guide coming in that is white and blue. And she kinda looks like... She kind of looks like the Ice Princess from Candyland. Queen Frostine. Sorry, I'm having the realization that there are a lot of new Queen Frostines. Does anyone have the Candyland where Queen Frostine looks like a Malibu Barbie with blonde hair? Elsa? Yeah, pretty much Elsa. But she doesn't have blonde hair. I guess Elsa has white hair. I haven't really seen Frozen, so that might also be the reason. Oh, wait! That's Princess Frostine. Queen Frostine just makes more sense. Dude, I'm so confused. Sorry, I'm just looking up things from my childhood. I'm like, wow. Okay, anyways. So, your spirit guide looks like Queen Frostine. She has, like, white hair, but there's, like, a reflection of blue on the, like, edges of it. And then she's in a white and blue dress. So, again, the colors don't necessarily matter to what she actually looks like, but they matter to me of, like, what she does for you. So blue spirit guides usually deal with, like, higher spiritual understanding, and then white spirit guides are usually people that are very adaptable, malleable, will have white spirit guides. Because for me, it is the concept of, like, white light. When you separate, white light is all the colors. So when you blend that or sync that seamlessly, it turns into white. So it is someone that can adapt to all of these things very seamlessly. And having the two together, it's very much gives a, like, I need to know everything and how everything works and how everything runs in order for me to feel safe, in order for me to feel good, in order for me to, like, feel real. Does that make sense so far? So with her, I feel like she has come in more so. Okay, I feel like she comes in and out, but she became most prominent after school was over, but there were certain periods of time where you needed it. Unless there's another Christy, mine can be an email. Thought that's what I was purchasing, but I'm still here. Maybe that's true. Hold on. Because they all come in at the same time. Okay. No, you are correct. That one is not live. I just did not read it right. But yeah, I'll do that for an email reading for you. That makes sense of why it came in different as that. Thank you for telling me. So, if you want a private email reading, you can purchase that through Ko-Fi as well. Let me just, like, give you the Ouroboros link. So, there's email readings that are available. These are private readings. With that, you'll get 3 spirit guides. If they are still available. But you are correct. Thank you. Sometimes I don't read fully. But yeah, that is a private email reading. So we'll do that through email. Most likely I'll have it to you like later this week because I plan on doing readings, but we'll see how much time I have. But yes, thank you, Christy. That's why I was like, 70. That makes sense. Okay. So, Aman, back to your reading. I'm very brainy, yes. Okay. But I feel like with her, I feel like there is this innate need to be... Sorry, I'm talking to her about things. There is just this need to know what's going to happen before it happens. So there's a lot of, like, preparation. There's a lot of worry about it. You are the type of person that I feel like makes a lot of the plans. You're the one that other people look to for the plans. She is the one that, like, specifically helps with those types of things. Sorry, I'm looking at my thing here. It got so dark outside. Honestly, I can feel the darkness from down here. There are windows down here. Over, you can see in there. That's the outside. There's a window in our basement. But, Little Miss Queen Frostian. Sorry, I'm like talking to her about why you feel like you need to have everything together. Because there is this like worry more so of like...
It's pouring outside too now.
It's pouring? I don't know if you can hear Riker. I'm like, a tornado warning? On my farm?
I don't think it's going to be a tornado warning.
Well, hopefully it keeps the power on because I'm going to be so annoyed. Because I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's why I told you, so you...
Yeah, because I'm like, we already had one time where the stream let out because of my power tripped. But that was only in the basement. If the power fully goes off, I'm not going to be able to come back. I'm glad I was able to come back, but holy... anyways, I feel like with her... okay. Sorry, trying to, like, organize this into words. So, what she is explaining to me is... She's talking about... This is something my therapist talks to me about. Of, like... There's different parts of us that, like, drive the bus. This is what my spirit guide normally tells me. Of, like, which part is the one that's getting us through? Is it the part that, like, is monitoring everyone and what's going on? Is it the part that is, like, trying to be avoidant, like, steering us away from things? Is it this? Is it that? So, she's talking about, the person that's driving the bus in this case a lot of times is the person that's monitoring everything. And there is this coping mechanism that's a coping mechanism that you are needing in order to get through the storm, if you will. Of like, you feel or you have indirectly been taught to monitor everything around you in case something bad happens. So this goes into a lot of like Maybe you are very empathetic towards other people, but it is because you pay attention and you are constantly being aware of what their emotions are around you. Because the negative emotions, a lot of times in your life, have almost like punished you or been like overwhelming. People like just put all of their emotions on you. And a lot of times it feels like a kick in the chest. So she's like, the reason why you are so adaptable, the reason why you need to know everything that's about to happen, you need to have this observer like standpoint, is because like there is this constant like monitoring of, well, what if this happens? What if like they come and they're mad at me? What if I have to like hold up their ability to like handle these things emotionally? Like I have to be okay so everyone and everything else is okay. It's very like a caretaker sort of mentality. Does that make sense? Because I feel like that's why she also appears that way too. She just gives me like motherly vibes, like you're the mom friend, but I don't necessarily think you want to be the mom friend. You genuinely are like, I need to be okay so that other people are okay. But the reason why you're like that is because you wish someone would do that to you. You wish someone would be there for you. You wish someone would notice when you're not okay and try to do something to make it better. And that's what she's talking about. That's why you feel like you have to know everything and you have to be on your game all of the time. And it's exhausting and it's stressful and it's horrible. Like you literally, the second you open your eyes, you feel like you have to like take care of everyone. That's what she's talking about. And that's what he's here to help you with, is to take the pressure off of like, where is that coming from? Why is that happening? You don't need to do that. They can do that themselves. But the reason you feel that way is because bad things happen that validate that insecurity that created the coping mechanism in the first place. And like, if you don't do this, really, really bad stuff happens. And it's valid. You're valid to think those things because those things have validated that experience. And she's like, getting out of that mindset is really difficult. It's really difficult because the environment around you has been created for you to have all of this shit on your back. The only way out is, she wants to say it's a couple things. Because I was going to say it's boundaries, but boundaries don't come without baggage. I'm secured so many people these past few months. I've secured so many people these past few months. She wants me to say it's not just creating boundaries and pushing those people back, because that is too simple for me to put it that way. It's not about that, because even doing that affects the mentality and affects you to do the same thing. She's talking more so about like needs to be a lot of realization and persistence. It's very complex. It's very complex. That's what she keeps saying. It's very complex because it's like that part of you needs to be taken care of as well. Sorry, I'm like just having a conversation with her because I'm like, this is something I struggle with too. How am I supposed to help someone that's dealing with the same thing that I haven't figured out? It's what I also hear. Yeah, that part of you needs to be taken care of. However, because of your demeanor, people don't realize that you need it. Because it is always like, you can literally be at your wit's ends, like exhausted, like beyond exhausted. You could be like awake for 5 days. And someone could be like, well, are you okay to do this for me? And you'll be like, yes, absolutely. even if it like kills you inside. And it's frustrating because people don't see it. It's clear on your face, it's clear that it's happening, but people don't see it. And that is what has to change. And that's the part that is the boundaries. It's not the like pushing people to be like, well, I can't do this because of this, this, and this. It's communication that these things are hard for you. I don't know if I'm like explaining that correctly, because what she is showing to me is like specific scenarios of like, because like what I feel like I'm communicating is the concept of like you need to tell people in response to them asking you for things, oh, I can't do this because of X, Y, and Z. But she's like, you don't need to have that confrontation, because the confrontation is also going to drain you. Like the concept of that confrontation with creating boundaries is also going to emotionally drain you. The thing that needs to be, like the conversation that needs to be had doesn't need to be about other people, but it needs to be about you. It needs to be more of a like, I am struggling and I need help. It doesn't need to be in relation to like creating boundaries of like, don't take advantage of me. It's, I need help. This is how I'm feeling. This is what I need. I just need help. And it may need to happen a couple times because, again, you look like you have everything together. And other people are like, is that true? You say that you don't have it together, but you look like you do, and I'm confused. That's the conversation that needs to be had. Does that make sense? Do you have questions? I would say that's probably one of the most frustrating things I could probably tell you too. Because I don't think you are the type of person that wants to do that, because you feel like a burden even doing that. But she's like, the boundaries need to be had mentally of like, you need to say something because you are not a burden. Because the concept, the mentality of thinking you're a burden, even when someone helps you, it will make you feel bad. So they're like, you need to accept help. You need to be like, you need to allow someone to help you, even though that's not necessarily the mentality that you feel. Does that make sense? It's not a good feeling. I don't enjoy the feeling that they are giving me. That's what I have from her. Unless you have questions, let me know what questions you have. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yeah, and it's because other people have relied on you so much, and like with heavy ass shit. Like, I feel like you're the type of person where like the worst possible thing could happen. Like, you could be like, the world could end, like a volcano could happen next to your house and everybody's house is on fire, and you will have like the most stable mentality and you'll know exactly what to do. But if you have like a minor inconvenience, you're broken for the rest of the day. Like, you stub your toe and it like starts bleeding. Like, broken, can't do anything. That's the vibe that she gives me. Is like, people look to you for natural disasters, but it is so much pressure to do that on a daily basis. So, I get the mentality. I do the same thing. That's why I told you what my therapist told me. Yes, what about the energy of this year? I've been going crazy, and what you're saying have been magnified to the extreme around others coming to me with their problems, and I'm just exhausted from it. Yep. For the year, nine. Okay, I feel like things have been more stressful lately because you are, I don't know, you're learning a lot of things about yourself, and they just don't make sense with a lot of the things that people are in your life right now. Okay. I get this feeling that you might need to cut people off. I don't think you necessarily need to directly make the choice. I think they will make it for you. The reason why I say that is this card's usually like a fork in the road, but because it's like cutting someone in two, I feel like it's maybe cutting someone off from access to you because it came out with the Hermit card. What I will tell you, what I feel like they want me to say is, sorry, I'm asking her how to put this into perspective without pain. Because it's not going to be fun. Like, is it going to get any lighter? Am I going on the right path? I think you are definitely going on the right path. You have, like, the cards I pulled. 9 of Cups. Wish come true. The World card. I feel like the reason why it's so uncomfortable is because you're going in the right path. You're not living your life for other people, but that might push people away. So, again, I think it's going to be a little bit more bittersweet. But I do think pushing those people away that aren't going to change or, like, want to take advantage of you, because the more you change, or not even the more you change, the more comfortable you get with just being you and not being the, like, the moderator, or, like, the one that monitors what everyone is doing, the one that's driving that bus, the one with the coping mechanism. You don't need to do that. It's coping and it's going to help you for a while, but again, it's also causing stress to your nervous system. So these two things are contradicting each other. So eventually the body's going to start pushing that away and start doing something different, because before, monitoring everyone's, like, emotions, monitoring everyone else's stuff, it kept you safe, made you feel okay. But right now, it's not doing that. It's doing the opposite. So the contradiction is going to eventually push it away. And when that happens, I feel like it's going to push those people away with it. And it's going to kind of open doors for you. So this one is the 4 of Swords. We're going to overthink some things. And then this is the 4 of Pentacles. So new opportunities are going to come your way, but it's going to be a lot of persistence. It's going to be difficult. It is going to be a, like, introspective journey that you must make yourself. You must make the decision to do it. But you need to start standing up for yourself. And I'm thinking right now you want to, but you feel some type of way about it. You don't feel great about it, but you are kind of at your wits' ends, and it kind of just doesn't matter anymore. You don't want to do it. You just feel like you have to because there's just no other option. So the people that are not going to like that are going to be the people that say, you've changed. When you haven't changed really at all, you're just done changing yourself for them. And it's going to suck. It's going to suck. Leaving people, cutting people off sucks. Especially people that you, like, cared so deeply that you would, like, do anything for. Because, I don't know, those people would say to you that they would do anything for you, but you literally, like, gave them pieces of yourself. Like, you changed who you were at your core for them, and they're still taking. So those people might be pushed away once you start, like, advocating for those emotions, advocating for yourself. They might start being pushed away. And then you can start being more true to yourself, more comfortable in your own skin. But it's going to be hard for a while. I feel like that's what's going to happen this year. It's going to be very introspective. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's actually going to be very positive, but it's going to feel like a lot of work. You're going to carry a lot on your back. And there's going to be a lot of change. Death card. Lots of change. So, thank you so much for purchasing or reading with me. I believe we're going to move on to... Hold on. Mauve. Yes, change is good. Yes, I feel like you're going to have a lot of change, but it's just... It's going to be uncomfortable because the change is going to cause your coping mechanisms not to work anymore because you are becoming more comfortable with yourself. So the coping mechanisms are more dysregulating right now than they are helpful. So it's more so coming up with new coping mechanisms. Thank you. No problem. Hi, I've been looking to transition from my current home job. Any good news advice from my spirit guides or higher self? Sure. That's absolutely fine. I'm used to it by now. I know what you mean. I get you. I get you. Ooh, let's do these cards again. I think you were here when I explained that to Barry Reckless, but we're going to use my transparent deck. So we're going to layer the cards just because I think that's fun. So, let's do, like, transition reading, I guess. Any good news, advice from my spirit guides? Let me get these a good shuffling. All right. Let's see what we got. My goodness. Okay. That one. Oh, all three of these want to be together. Okay. Okay. You stay there. All right, let's start. Let me get my piece of paper. This is 6. 6 of Wands. Okay, 6 of Wands. 6 of Wands is pretty good. Let's see what we got here. Okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. So the next card we have is the Knight of Pentacles. Which, that's kind of good. It's going to be slow, but it's kind of good. Okay, so, 6 of Wands is usually like some sort of victory. Success. It's public recognition. But the transition's going to be good. It's going to be a good transition. So, good news, good news. But let me put this on here. Let's put on your next card. Both of these are upright. So, it's going to take some time, though. And the advice is to build it up right the first time. So, Knight of Pentacles is usually slow. Knights usually deal with movement. So, the Knight of Pentacles, because it deals with physical things, Pentacles deal with physical things, it's usually very slow moving. However, the Knight of Pentacles does it very practically. It does it the right way. It is slow, but constructive. So, usually I like to explain it. It's kind of like if you have a handyman come in, it's going to take forever if they're a Knight of Pentacles. It's going to take forever for them to do it. But you know it's going to be done right and does not need to be redone. So, these two cards together, very, very positive. It is very, like, good, but you need to be patient because it's going to take some time. And the advice is, like, do it right the first time. Don't take shortcuts. Do it right the first time. Both of these cards, these next two cards are reversed. This is a Queen of Wands, and then the Sun card. But both of these cards are reversed. I'm going to show you them upright, maybe, because I think it will look better. But both of these cards are, like, upside down. So they're usually, like, the reversed type meaning or an inner type meaning instead. So, Queen of Wands reversed. This is usually more so pessimistic. Which I would also say the sun reversed is kind of pessimistic as well. So both of these reversed, it's not great. It's kind of like we're worried about it. It's happening, but we're a little bit impatient. But yeah, Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands is very like insecure, reactive, jealous. Usually wand cards deal with like creation, creativity, inspiration. But when it's in reverse, there's a lot of blocks. And then queens usually are very intuitive. We're not like listening to that intuition. We're kind of like wanting to brute force type stuff. And we're very like pessimistic, especially with the sun in reverse. The sun usually deals with like warmth, positivity, but now we're kind of overthinking everything. We're overthinking what is happening, our choices. And that's because, again, it's going to take some time and effort for it to be successful. Time and effort. It's going to be successful. That's what this card, this red card is talking about. But it needs some time. We feel like we are not worthy of it. That's usually with the sun in reverse. That's why we're overthinking it. We feel like we're not worthy. But we are. It's gonna take some time. These two cards are usually very fast and like wanting things like an immediate gratification type thing. Knight of Pentacles is not immediate, it's slow. Okay, your next three cards, and then I'll go into if you have any questions. Okay, so these cards are upright, and the last one will be reversed. This is interesting, though, how these cards come together. So, Four of Wands, Two of Wands. Let's start with your Two of Wands. Okay, so we're starting with your Two of Wands. Two of Wands usually deals with two paths. It's usually like we're planning for something. They say the plan is important. Yes, so this is a lot of like discovery. It's usually like decision making. It's a fork in the road, but it's usually more productive. And the next card you have is the Four of Wands, and the Four of Wands is kind of like building it up. So what's interesting to me is I see them like almost like building a home. So it's a lot of like planning. It's a lot of like foundation building. I don't know why I keep talking about foundation in this live stream, but like that's what needs to happen. That is like what this card is showing, is a lot of foundations need to be made, but it's going to take time. A lot of times we are focusing like we're excited about the house, not the foundation, but the foundation is the first stop on the house. The next card, we have this card in reverse, but I'm going to put it upright so it fits into the picture better. But this is the Page of Cups. So the Page of Cups is reversed in this case. So the Page of Cups here, Page of Cups, usually it deals with someone that is trusting. They have a very big, open heart. But with the Page is a little bit naive. The Page is a little bit not as experienced. So sometimes something happens to the Page that they can't handle, and that creates distrust. So when this card is reversed, like I was saying, it came out, that is where it starts to distract from things. See, it just doesn't fit into the picture as well, so that's why I'm putting it upright. But this distrust makes us feel like things are not going to happen right because they didn't happen right in the past. And we have validation that it didn't happen right in the past, but there is just... we are very, very worried about things working. But like I said, these first two cards are very, very positive. They're very, very positive with these two cards coming together. Like, this card is literally victory. Success, victory. But this Knight of Pentacles makes it slow. It's slow. It's going to be slow. It's going to be done right, but it's going to be very slow. Do you have questions? Now pull more cards. See you, Brendan. Thanks for stopping by. But Mauve Moon, do you have questions? Let me know. Okay, I got it. Am I going to stay in the same job, or is there more creative opportunity in the future? Oh, we're getting lots of knights. I like the knights. The knights are cute. Okay. So, our next set here. This is the 5. Okay. Yeah. 2. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see what comes out. So we got the 5 of Wands. This is usually very competitive, and it's very, like, outwardly competitive. I feel like the things that you want are very competitive to get into. So again, it depends on what you want. Because I feel like you want a lot more than what you have. And that's an option, but you have to be willing to fight for it. And on a card that I have over top of it is the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups usually deals with someone that is very, like kind of like go with the flow. So they're like two almost like competing natures. Which gives me the vibe of like, if you get too headstrong about the outcome, it's going to be harder for you to achieve the things that you want. So they want me to explain finding a different job would be more so in the lines of like, what is important for you to get out of a job? And then you need to follow those characteristics. Does that make sense? Because I'm like, if you are so focused on, I absolutely need to be in this position at this company doing this thing, that's going to be very difficult for you to achieve. And I don't know that it's actually going to work out well. I don't think it's going to be what you expect. It's kind of like meeting your heroes. Getting the dream job is not usually what you expect. So they're like, you need to create like a list of characteristics of what you like would want out of a job, like what makes you successful. So like for me, I would say when I graduated college, the main goal in my head was like, I want to work at a game studio. I want to work like as a game designer in like a known game studio doing these like very specific things. Yes, could I do that? Yeah, I could. I would have to fight tooth and nail to do that. And I don't know if I would actually like it once I got there. Because now, being in the position that I'm in now, I'm like, if I wanted to do game design, I would just start a YouTube channel and do it myself. Because I work better without a job, or like, I work better without like a boss telling me what to do. And it's not that I can't do that, it just makes me irrationally nervous. So they're like, that's kind of the same thing, the same concept of like, you need to figure out what you like out of a job. What makes you successful? Because a lot of times people say, freedom makes me successful. If my job can give me enough money to give me freedom, if my job can make me, if I can have like flexible hours, that's what I like out of a job. If I can have like a creative outlook, that's what I want out of a job. So it's kind of like, what is important to you in this case? Because what they give to me with these two cards is it's not going to be what you expect. You need to go with the flow, but you need to still have that fighter energy. But the fighting, like the competitive nature, needs to be towards things like the values that you want out of the job, not necessarily the position. Does that make sense? So that was those cards. Let's move on to your next two cards. Oh, okay, this makes sense. All right. Let's do it the other way. And then Crystal. Crystal, you will be after Tony. Sorry, I'm going to be live for a while. I need to make sure that I don't lose my voice. We're good. I'm fine. All right. So, mauve. So we have the Knight of the Knight of Cups. Here's a cup. This is the Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups is very dreamy. This is usually, like, I call it my Prince Charming card. It is, like, this is a wish come true. This is your dreams coming to fruition. It is everything you could possibly want. And then we're going to put the Two of Cups on top of that, which I want to say more so is alignment. I don't think it's necessarily a person, but it could be. The Two of Cups for me is usually a marriage card. But it doesn't feel like it's coming from that. I feel like it's more so the harmony of duality. It's very much like an alignment towards the things that make sense, like a puzzle piece coming together. Especially with these two cards together, it's very much your dreams are available. But I don't think it's what you expect it to be. So, like, in my example, in my case with the job things, I wanted to be a game designer. Like, point blank period, that was the only job I was, like, ready to do. And I am not a game designer. I do readings for people online. That is so far left. And I don't know that I would be happy being a game designer solely because the industry is so hard. Could I do it? Yes. However, the industry doesn't really fit my values in the sense of, like, being in the game design industry, it's not stable. People get fired all the times because once the game's done, what do? You don't need those people anymore. Or, like, the industry, the game doesn't, like, work and you have to, like, lay off all these people. Usually with those jobs, the work-life balance, it's like 10 to 14 hours a day. And I thought that I wanted that. That's not true. So it's kind of like the values need to fit with the career that you want. Because I feel like the creativity is not necessarily the issue. The creativity is the thing that needs to lead you there. But you need to be open to the possibility that it's going to lead you somewhere completely fucking different. And that's what this is talking about. So I'm like, your dreams are there. But you can't have these, like, rigid expectations of what it's going to look like. Because it's kind of like you've not had your dream job yet, like your idea of your dream job yet. And maybe you don't like the certain aspects of it. Maybe you don't like your boss with it. Maybe you don't like this. Like, that's, like, listen to your heart in the most, like, cringe way of saying that. Okay, these next two cards, these are your last cards of this section. They're reversed. But I'm going to flip them upside down so you can see the picture. But they're both upside down. So let's start just with your back card and I'll flip it over. So these are reversed, but I'm going to just show you them upright. So this is the Page of Swords. Page of Swords reversed, because that's how it came in, was reversed. The Page of Swords reversed usually is like all talk, no action. You have all the ideas in the world, but there's a motivation issue of literally what I was talking about. Pages, they don't have a lot of experience. So you may have a lot of, like, knowledge from it, because swords usually deal with truth. So you might have a lot of knowledge in regards to, like, the thing that you want to do. And so much knowledge. And I feel like a lot of the knowledge, like, you know how it's going to be. But the thing that's missing is the experience piece. So that's why this card is reversed, is we're missing the experience of it, of, like, do we like the experience of the knowledge that we have? So let's put this next card up, which also came in reverse. So it came in like this. And I'm going to flip it over so you can see the picture better. But this is the Six of Pentacles. And the Six of Pentacles was reversed. So the Six of Pentacles usually deals with, like, giving and receiving. When it is reversed, a lot of times it is one-sided giving. So a lot of times it's like pouring from an empty cup, burnout, stress, which is why this second part of your reading is very, like, fueled towards, like, you need to, like, just listen to your heart, listen to your gut, and follow that to a fault. Because you know best. Do you have questions? But yeah, with these two cards, it's very much like you are not doing those actions. You are not taking, like, you're not going towards your dreams because there is an issue with it. And you kind of like know what the issue, you're kind of a little uncertain. They're like, you need to listen to that feeling. But it's fighting these like self-limiting beliefs. Like, one of my self-limiting beliefs, I have always been told, like, you're just supposed to have a job. You're not supposed to like it. So that's one of the, like, scarcity mindsets that I've been trying to fight of, like, I have to do these things. I don't necessarily need to like it. But that also makes it harder. I'm, like, fighting against a brick wall. So they're, like, there are things that just, like, are clashing. But let me know if that makes sense. But I'm going to move on to Tony with a tarot reading. So Tony, if you are here, let me know. No, thank you for a reading. No problem. Appreciate you purchasing a reading. But Tony, let me know what question you have. Let me know. King Frog of Far Away. Long-time viewer, loving the podcast, missing the paranormal investigations. I've been feeling unmotivated and stuck, stagnant in my career. I recently had a setback by not getting... I'll wait for the rest of it, but... Yeah, we haven't been able to afford to go to a ghost hunt after... Because the last time we tried to go ghost hunting... The last 2 times we've tried to go ghost hunting... In December, we tried to go on 4 different locations, and absolute hell broke loose. There was this horrible snowstorm that made us like 4 hours late. We also got no sleep because Yue was having like basically like a mental breakdown, so we weren't able to do all of the ghost hunts for that. And then after that, we were going to do a trip to Kansas because we were going to collab with the side-eye guy, and that was in February. On our way to Kansas, my car got totaled because someone was trying to evade the cops over state lines, and apparently I got in his way and he totaled my car, and we have not had the money or the resources to go on a ghost hunt after that. But we want to bring them back. But we want to do it in a different way that's going to be really, really cool. And we've been in contact with people to try to make it even better because we want to do more collaborations. We want to bring in experts to, like, do investigations in the future. But we just need resources. So we are slowly working towards figuring all of that out while also trying to get jobs because we don't have any money. But they are not gone forever. They are coming back. But I appreciate you guys watching the podcast because the podcast is allowing us to have time to rebuild while that happens. Right? Okay. But I usually have had... Hold on. I didn't read that one yet. I've been feeling unmotivated and stuck, stagnant in my career. I recently had a setback by not getting an opportunity that I was pursuing. And I've been trying to move on and continue persevering. But this time, it's been hard. I'm not sure why. It's been months. I usually have my guides to help when I meditate or read, but lately they seem distant for a while compared to the past. Hoping you can help. That's a lot, but I'm excited for them. Me too! We need to, I think it was Berry Reckless. I literally am like, we're in wintertime trying to grow plants. And it keeps snowing and frosting over it, so we have to figure out how to grow the plants inside. So, I'm going to be using this transparent tarot deck, because you are a tarot reading. Crystal, okay. So, I have you, and then after Tony, I have Crystal, so everyone's on the same page. But let's get into a career reading for Tony. I dropped a card on the ground. Oh. It's the Knight of Pentacles. A lot of repeat cards are coming out. Let me do this one. Ooh, okay. I have a lot of cards. I'm gonna put this one away. Because I don't think I need it. No. Alright. Alright. Let me get my paper out of here. Eight and 4. Okay, let's start with your 4. Both of these cards came out reversed. But I'll turn it over so you can see what it said. So this is the 4 of Pentacles. When this card comes out reversed or upside down, it usually is talking about letting go of something that's weighing you down. Am I going to be focused? Okay, there we go. It's going to just focus on this card, I think. Sorry, I'm reading your thing again. Okay. So, 4 of Pentacles. This card is reversed because we're holding on to things that are no longer serving us. Usually it is... What this card usually talks about is like financial delays. It's usually like a lost opportunity. It's usually like... It's like ready to let go of something, overspending, self-protection. A lot of times it is literally just like we're holding on to something so close to our chest, but it's fruitless. Wish my friend good luck tomorrow. Who is your friend? Okay, and then layering this card on top of each other, we have the 8 of Cups. The 8 of Cups is also reversed. And the 8 of Cups usually deals with like an abandoning of plans for something better. But when it is reversed, there is a resistance to that change. There is a resistance to make that change. And that's where the stagnation is coming from. There is this like indecision. There is just like something is stopping you. So both of these cards together, you're holding on to something that is just creating this scarcity mindset. And we'll get in maybe to how that is affecting your life with the rest of these cards, because I feel like a lot of loss has happened in your life that is just unnecessary. But we're holding on to things that are just getting in the way. So, next 2 cards. 9. What is 9? The Hermit. There's no way this is the Hermit. Maybe it is the Hermit. I guess it could be the Hermit. Sorry. Just thinking about my deck. Give me a second. I'm second guessing things because it doesn't look like a Hermit card for me. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. 9. Oh, it is the Hermit. Okay. They like reorder it. I think that's the Strength card is like reordered or whatever. Dude, I don't know. The Hermit card. It just doesn't have like the right iconography. And I just don't know my major arcana from the numbers. Plus they like changed the order of the major arcana, which is so confusing. It's fine. Reading this tarot deck is interesting. Do not suggest it for beginners. But Hermit card. The Hermit card, it's upright. And this card deals with introspection. It is something that you have to do alone, which sucks. But it is a journey that allows you to find your inner light, is basically how I usually explain it. And then on top of it... oh, your spirit guides. I feel like your spirit guides are being mean. We have the 9 of Wands. 9 of Wands is persistence. And usually the way that I explain the 9 of Wands is climbing a mountain. With the 9 of Wands, 10s are the ends of a cycle. So the 9 of Wands is like you're almost at the top of the mountain. And you're trying to decide if you want to continue climbing this mountain or go to a new one. Because I also just feel like this mountain is just the wrong mountain for you to climb. I just feel like you're playing yourself so small. I feel like that's why it's not working out. I don't know. Your spirit guides are such a troll. It's so annoying. I am annoyed for you. So Nine of Wands is usually like, it's pushing past, it's like a test of fates. It's persistence. It's a can-do attitude, and it's upright. And it's very much like you are literally almost at the top of the mountain, but you are second guessing if you want to continue moving up. And it's because once you get there, then what? Thank you. It's so frustrating. Yeah, your spirit guides are literally looking at you like, this is the next step that you think you're going to do, but you know that you don't want to do it. You want something that's actually going to put you in a, like, place that's going to push, like, what you want is counterintuitive to how, like, paths normally go. So, like, it is put into our minds from society that we need to work our way up through the levels, and once you're at the top, everything in your life will be settled. It will be amazing. You will have everything that you want. You don't want to be at the top of anything, because that means it's stagnant, boring, slow. There's nothing to do. You like learning and growing, and once you get to the top of the mountain, that's it. You don't like being at the top of the mountain. And that is so frustrating. Because, like, well, what do you do now? Because you also are the type of person of, like, how do I explain that? No, an ad! I'll stall. Let me know when you come back. Unless you are back. But the ads are frustrating. Let me see if I can stop it. I cannot. I think the ads are random. Okay, I'm back. So it's frustrating for you trying to be at the top of the mountain because I feel like you want to be the person that knows everything, the expert, the one that, like, is. They want me to say, you want to be the mountain. You don't want to be on the top of the mountain. So the, like, idea that you need to, like, get off of this mountain, like, literally go down to go somewhere else where you're not the top anymore is confusing for you because, like, you want to continue growing and, like, learning, but this mountain is not going to do that for you. But you are resistant to change and resistant to, like, doing that because it also means that you have to basically, like, go down a little bit to do that. And you have the, like, understanding that you're not going to lose all of your experience, but there is something that you will lose in the process. Does that make sense? Because that's what they're showing me. Because what they show me visually is they show me the mountain, because that's my sign and symbol for this card. And they're like, you're here, like, right about to get to the top of the mountain, and you're looking at this other mountain that's, like, 10 times bigger, and you're like, well, I would rather be on that mountain. But being right here on this mountain, well, I have more, like, benefits, more opportunities here than I do on that other mountain. So, like, do I really want to go over there? But I really hate this mountain. Why am I staying here? That's the vibe I'm getting, and that's kind of really annoying. And the reason why we're avoiding all of that is because of these two cards that came out together. Fives. Fives are rough. These are both fives. They, like, layer on top of each other, right? Fives are unstable. Fives deal with loss. It's emotional loss and financial loss, or not even financial, but physical loss. In order to get off the mountain, you have to endure some of this. But it will be better afterwards. That's what you want. But it's going to suck, and it's very, like, it doesn't make sense. Does that make sense? But it's just, It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Because that's what you want. You want a different mountain. But you don't want to go to a different mountain. You just want to be on a different mountain. Yeah, that's my position. I don't know what to do to get to I don't know what that other mountain is to pursue. Okay, let me see these cards. These are reversed. Do I want to start with this one? No. Okay. Anyways, these cards are reversed. This is the Knight of Cups. This is your dream. Oh, I'm laughing because your spirit guides are... Oh, this reading is probably the most frustrating thing you'll probably hear. I'm so sorry. So, Knight reversed. The Knight of Cups is usually, like, your dream come true. When it's reversed, though, like this, usually something's getting in the way. A lot of times it's very, like, materialistic. And when I say materialistic, it isn't necessarily a, like... How do I want to say it? It's not usually, like, a money, like, I need this thing. It's, like, you get stuck in the physical world of, like, there are rules here and I have to follow the rules. The way I like to explain that card in reverse is it's kind of like... You want to shoot for the stars, but people told you that you can't make a ladder tall enough to get to the stars. And maybe they're right. However, maybe you don't make a ladder. Maybe you make a spaceship. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, that's the thing that's getting in the way is like this logical, like, little voice in your head that's basically saying like, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of unrealistic. Maybe your dreams aren't like that important. And then we have the Eight of Pentacles that goes on top of it. Let me flip it over so you can see it better. The picture that it's making is kind of interesting. But Eight of Pentacles, usually it talks about like a mastery of something, but when it's reversed, there is a lack of commitment or a perfectionism or just like an inability to do something. So both of these cards came in reverse and they kind of like feed off of each other of there's like a lot of stuff that you need to learn in order to like go to this other mountain. And that's why it makes you feel like you're going backwards. So that might mean you need to go back to school. You need to learn from someone else. You're not going to be the top anymore. It's like going from high school to college. You were a senior in high school and now you're going to be a freshman in college. And like I said before, there are benefits to being on top than there are on the bottom. But that's what needs to happen if you want the dreams. That's what needs to happen if you want these things to happen, is you need to step back and learn certain lessons in order to like grow that back up. And then your last card was upright, which I'll show you by itself and then I'll layer it. This card came out upright. This is the Knight of Pentacles, which I read in the last one. The Knight of Pentacles usually deals with like... Knight of Pentacles are slow. Oh wait, this is a King of Pentacles. Even better. King of Pentacles upright. King of Pentacles deals with like stability. With the physical stuff, it can deal, like with the Pentacles, it deals with physical stuff. A lot of times it could be an indication of like money, stability, security, trust. This card is very positive. So you put all of these cards together. And they start building on top of each other. But because these cards are in reverse, it starts to like look very muddy. It starts to be not great. It's kind of getting in the way of things. It's making you view things in a very like weird way. So this King of Pentacles, it's very much like if you start looking at these two cards that came with it, the Knight of Cups and the Eight of Pentacles, going towards your dreams is going to take an amount of like effort to learn something new. So it will feel like a reset. It will feel like you're starting over in a sense, even though there's no real way of starting over. But the outcome will be more positive in the sense of you will feel more like you have control over your path. This is more so like guidance. It's masculine cards that are upright deal with leadership. So King of Pentacles is usually like leading towards stability. It's leading towards financial aspects, because usually Pentacle cards can go into finance things, or it can deal into like materialistic, real, like physical objects. But that's kind of like what the reading is talking about. Do you have questions? While you ask me questions, I will pull some more cards. But that is the vibe. Oh, all three of these. Maybe like some three more. These two. Okay. Let me know if you have questions. And then after this, I think I'm going to be done. So after Crystal, I'm going to look at my shop while you answer. I think this is sold out. Oh no, there's one in here. No, there's not. And then shop. There's one of these. Cool. Okay. So, Tony, let me know if you have questions. Give you a moment. But after, we will have Crystal, and that will be my last reading for today. But if you guys are interested in private readings, this is the page for that. Can you repeat what you said at the end? Hold on, let me write this in here. But yes, I can repeat. I'm not sure if I got that. Like, what should I do? I feel like if the things that you want to go towards, if you want to go towards your dream, I feel like there is an amount of like, there's going to be a transitional period. I feel like there are things that you need to learn in order to be able to get to the places that you want to be. So that's why there is this hesitation to like change things in your career, because I feel like you want more than what the opportunity that was given to you before. So you say an opportunity that was pursuing that I've been trying to move on and continue to preserving. But yeah, so they make me feel like there's something you need to learn, like develop a skill and commit yourself to that skill in order to like move to the next path, like move to an opportunity that you want. So it's going to be a little bit of a like going backwards reset type of like mentality to like get to the next like spot. Does that make sense? That is what your last set of cards were talking about. That was the last thing I said. Is you have Eight of Pentacles, which is like a mastery of something. You have Knight of Cups, which is like your dreams. So there's something that you need to learn. There's some sort of commitment that needs to be had in mastering that skill. And once you do, the King of Pentacles is the card that came out after that. That card usually indicates having control over your stability, your security, having like leadership guidance over like that sort of stuff. But yes. Okay, period. Do you have any questions going forward? If not, then I can move on. Let me know. Yes. Okay. Go ahead and write out your question. I will wait for you. But after you, I'll have Crystal, and that will be my last reading. And then I think I might do this again maybe next month. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. But next week is Father's Day, so I don't know that I'll be able to have time to do it then. I also really want to do a stream where I roast people's birth charts per Barry Reckless. Because Barry Reckless asked it in Discord, and I'm like, yes, I would like to do that. But I'm not sure how I want to do it yet. And we have a whole bunch of things going on, so I don't know. But I'm excited to do it. Would you be able to tell me why my guides have been distant or feel like they have? Sure. Okay. So, cards that I have pulled for you. Okay, let me start with your bottom card. So we have the Two of Swords. All of this is upright. Wait. Oh, this is the King of Cups. Okay. So let's start with your bottom card. So why have your spirit guides been feeling distant? So the Two of Swords. The Two of Swords. This is usually a fork in the road. And with sword cards, because there's multiple like cards that are like this that are forks in the road. Sword cards are usually very rough to deal with. It is usually a very difficult decision. And I feel like right immediately there is a lot of like preservation of like, you need to make this decision. There can't be like other like influence coming in. It's very much a like, you need to make the decision, because it doesn't matter what they say or do. You're not necessarily going to listen because you're not in the mindset to listen. They make me feel like you're more in the mindset of like, just get me out of this situation. I don't want to be in it. But you're in it to learn something, which is also kind of annoying, but you know how it is. So your next card, you have the King of Cups. And these are all upright cards. You have the King of Cups. The King of Cups, again, is someone that is very emotionally balanced. They are usually very like compassionate. They're usually very wise. And I feel like that they give me the vibe that this is more so like what your spirit guides are doing. So they are there, however, it is more so in a supportive manner. They are supporting the emotions surrounding the decision, but they aren't necessarily giving you the answer. And I feel like a lot of times you do look for answers from your spirit guides and they do give them to you, but in this case, it is best for them not to give you that answer, but to give you emotional support. And it's because there's a lot of like conflict that is happening. So your next card, you have the Five of Swords. Five of Swords is conflict, and it is conflict with truth. There are things that are changing with your truth. I feel like it is outward. A lot of your environment is changing, which is changing your viewpoint of things. But it is basically like a change of truth, a change of like knowledge, a change of like how things are. Hello. Welcome in. So this figure feels very much like your spirit guides. Your spirit guides are being supportive, but they are not giving answers. And it is because you are dealing with a lot of truth change. Things in your life are changing how you view, or how like perspective is changing. So it's more so like the universe is changing your perspective, and they can't like intervene in the way that you want, because it will change how your perspective shifts. And the perspective shift is the most important, like, thing you will get out of it. Next set of cards. 6, we got victory. This card is also a 6. Okay. So we'll start with the bottom card. This card is upright. The second card is reversed, but this is the 6 of Wands. 6 of Wands is success. It's victory. It's public recognition, and it's being... I'm going to flip this one over so they fit better in. But the green card is reversed. And that is the 6 of Pentacles. This card is... These two cards together are very kind of confusing. In the sense of, like... It feels like success is one-sided. Usually the six of Pentacles reversed is like pouring from an empty cup. 6 of Pentacles is usually like giving and receiving. It is a balancing act of giving and receiving. If you give something, you should get something in return. But with this card, there's very much a like... It's like, it feels one-sided. I just keep seeing this going into here of like, the victory of holding everything up is keeping the balance. But it's not balanced because you're doing all the work. You're pouring from an empty cup to keep the balance. It's not going to continue to work because you're going to get tired. You're going to run out of things to pour from because there is nothing in your cup anymore. Burnout. So this card, like I said, it's reversed. So if you think about it, reversed, it is falling off of this guy's little, like, wand or whatever. And it's falling to the ground. So that is kind of like the concept of what's happening here of, like, you feel like you need to maintain this balance. And you think that you're doing this very good job of, like, I'm maintaining balance. Tell me what to do to maintain this balance. But the balance itself is eating away at you because it is one-sided. That balance is not giving you anything. It's just giving you peace of mind. And even that peace of mind, it's still worried about this balance all the time. Always security, always worrying about, is the bridge going to break underneath our feet? And they can't help because it's supposed to break. Because if you keep holding this up, it's going to, like, hurt you more. So they're like, you need to drop it. But if we tell you to drop it, you're not going to do it. And we have told you to drop it, but you don't want to do it because it doesn't make sense to you. Why would I make my life unstable? Why would I allow these things to be, like, why would I allow this to drop? Does that make sense? Why would I allow this to fall down? I can't do that. I can't just drop everything. I can't do that. So again, they're here for emotional support and for you to make your decision. So the universe, it's kind of like the universe will balance itself out. Because this is a balancing act, but you're balancing things with sure strength. Like there's nothing else holding it up. It's just you and this wand. Like, that's how it feels with your life right now. It feels like you're literally giving every inch of yourself, every ounce of yourself. And it's just not working. The universe will balance itself. Because this, even though it looks balanced, it's not going to stay that way for long. And falling, allowing it to fall, it will be more balanced than holding it up. It's just not going to feel like that in the beginning because everything will be changing. Okay, and then your next two cards, the first card is upright, the bottom card is reversed. So we'll start with this one. The 3 of Pentacles is upright. The 3 of Pentacles is usually teamwork or collaboration. And then we have the 6 of Cups. And the 6 of Cups usually deals with a, like, usually this is some sort of, like, trauma. Usually it's past trauma. This card came in reverse. So I'm going to put it back upright so you can see the picture together. But this blue card is actually upside down. So six of cups. Six of cups I usually view as like childhood trauma, but in this case I feel like it is more so past trauma that is creating self-limiting beliefs. When it is in reverse, it is trying to like process those things and move forward from it. So it's kind of a like needing to let go of the past, but feeling like we're stuck living in that past, living in that trauma. And that is why we feel this pressure to continue to give. Because I also just give these pictures together. It's very much a like, just keep continuing to give to this idea. Keep continuing to give to these people, to this insecurity that has been like developed through these traumas. Just continue to give until there's nothing left. And that is going to allow you to let go of things. So it's very much like a very, very painful letting go, which is why your spirit guides feel a little bit cynical, if I'm going to be so honest. Because talking to them, they feel cynical. Because it's not helpful information, really, that they're giving you. And it's solely because the universe itself is going to figure it out. But it's not going to be a comfortable experience, I would say. It's going to be a necessary one, and it will be, like, comfortable afterwards. But it's going to take some time. So, hopefully that makes sense, but I'm going to move on to Crystal. Crystal, do you have a question for your tarot reading? Let me know. And Tony, let me know if all of that makes sense. But I do think they're there. They are there for the, like, emotional, like, support in what's going on, because this is also going to bring up a lot of emotions about things, and it's going to bring up a lot of, like, self-limiting beliefs that have been, like, controlling your life. So they're helping in that sort of way so that you can restructure it. Is there anything my spirit guides have been trying to tell me that I'm not listening to? Sure. Yes, perfectly. Okay. So, Crystal, let me put these back in a funny way. Well, sometimes they get stuck together. Thank you so much, Em. This was great. Thanks for your help. Yes, it did. I'm kind of excited since I get to do shadow work again. Right? Dude, I've been doing a lot of that with therapy. And it has been absolutely rocking my life, and I have been learning about abuse in relationships, and it has fucked me up. It has fucked me up for the last week, because my therapist literally, like, told me, like, how I was being abused, and I'm like, wow, that makes my life make sense in the most terrifying way possible. I'm fine. And now I have to tell her how all of that has been affecting my life for the last week on Tuesday. And I'm stressed. Anyways. Crystal. Hello. Have I read you before? Your name is familiar. But is there anything my spirit guides have been trying to tell me that I'm not listening to? These two? Yes, you have. Okay, great. You are that Crystal. Ooh, okay. You have a lot of major arcana cards coming out. So it might be a second for me to figure out which ones they are. I think I have seen all of them. I'm gonna put these ones. No. Let's start with what we got. So, what have your guides been trying to tell you? Oh, this one has 3 too. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with a little dragon card. So this is the Magician card. Let me figure out what 20 is. 20 is Judgment. Okay. Oh, wait, this is definitely 13 is the death card, if anyone wanted to know. 13 has still been, like, traumatizing me, I think. It's fine. Okay, let's start. So, we have the Magician card. The Magician card usually deals with manifestation. It deals with having all of the resources and talents in order to do something. And on top of that, we have the Strength card. And I do think it's cute that the Strength card, it literally is, like, framed in this so nicely. For some reason, this card is like, these two cards are so perfect together. For some reason, I don't think you believe it. Because I'm like, this is so good. Like, you got this. Like, everything about it, like, you have the strength to deal with this. Period. You have the strength to do whatever you want. But I feel like there might be some insecurities of, like, well, what do you mean? Because I get the vibe that, like, you're at a point in your life where there seems to be not a lot happening, but you just, like, walked away from a huge tower moment type thing. Like, everything in your life is different now, but right now, everything's, like, I guess there's not really anything happening because everything already did. Does that make sense? And they're like, yep, you're in a good spot now. And you're like, what? And you're like eyes twitching and you're in the fetal position. Does that make sense? Let me know. Because I'm like, that's a good card. I'm like, period, end. Let's end on that, right? I just left a very stressful job. Yeah. They're like, go queen. Hell yeah. You got this. You're going to make great things. That's what this is saying. Let's move on to your next 3. Let's start with your bottom one. So this is Judgment 20. Let me just make sure, because it just doesn't look like a Judgment card. And I haven't seen this one yet. It says it's Judgment. It should be Judgment. I'm going to check in my little book to make sure it's Judgment. Beep bop. Okay, Judgment. This is 20. 2020. Okay, it is Judgment. They spelled Judgment wrong in this book. Anyways. Judgment. So, it just looks like a phoenix to me. Which might also kind of like go into the story of like rising from the ashes. But the Judgment card for me, usually it represents a reflection. It is rebirth. I guess that makes sense with the Phoenix card, right? And it is kind of like, I don't know, the way that I view this card is it's like you're looking into a reflection. When it is upright, we are at the part where we have taken off the mask and we finally see ourselves for who we are. And that is kind of like the vibe that I'm getting from these first 2 cards is like, we've taken off the mask. We have stopped pretending. We're here now. We have risen from the ashes, if you will. But it wasn't without a lot of stress. So we have the Death card. The Death card is number 13. It's reversed, so you can see it's up here. But God, does it's hard. Look at this. Look at how they line up. That is crazy. Love this deck. But the Death card usually deals with a lot of rebirth as well, but in a different way. It's usually like something coming to an end in order to be reborn. And the Judgment card is more so a reflection. It's learning from our past, whatever, and like changing. It's taking our mask off and being who we truly are. The Death card specifically, the Death card usually, because this card is in reverse too, usually it's more so like a resistance to that change. There is like this deep resistance to that change, which kind of also makes sense with like the imagery that's going on, because this is a phoenix card, right? The phoenix is rebirth, like reborn from the ashes, but now there's like a scythe going through it. So it's like, are we like still playing dead? Are we being reborn? Can we die? There's a lot of like weird concepts about life path right now. Of like, was this a good thing or a bad thing or both? What should I do? Am I like not okay? Because I get a lot of like licking your wounds type thing, like having a very serious wound, which is probably why they started off with really like good cards of like, it's okay, sweetie, everything's fine. That's what was supposed to happen. And then they come with you like this, and I'm like, this is why you feel stressed. Look at this. This is why you feel stressed. I feel like it just keeps getting better. I need to sneeze. Hold on. Clearly someone's talking shit about me. Okay, so let's add the Fool card to this. The Fool card is also reversed. Makes it even more confusing. Because you have just like this innocence of life, like putting a scythe into a phoenix. Like, so you have the innocence of life with like something very serious like death. And it is being put into something that is immortal. Is it me or is that confusing as heck? Like, you have like 3 different rebirthals happening here. And it's very much a like, what is the point of this? What's the point of life? Like, is this like even necessary? I don't know if this is like helpful, but it doesn't seem helpful to me because I'm like, oh my, what is happening here? So, we got a lot going on. The Fool reversed. The Fool usually deals with like leaping without looking. It is a leap of faith. It is a big risk. And it's usually like seeking something new. But you could see that it was reversed. You could see that it's reversed because usually with that card, a lot of times there is this like worry about not having the experience to do something. So because it is the first card in the major arcana, usually that person's is starting a new journey. So they don't really have any expectations, but they have usually like very high expectations of what's going on. But their lack of experience can create a lot of fear surrounding it. So it's kind of like with these 3 cards together, it's like, I know who I can be with that Judgment card. I know who I can grow to be. I know what my flame looks like. But I feel so destroyed by life that I don't know if that's who I want to be. I don't know if that's what I want to do. I don't know if it's worth it for me to do that again, because like, I was not expecting to be hurt this bad, and now I'm here. That is what these 3 cards give me of like, what is the fucking point? And I know that I just left a very stressful job. Doesn't seem like much, but I'm like, look at this. What is happening? I'm like, we took a leap of faith, but we don't trust ourselves. We ended something, but we're resistant to having that change happen. We are resilient and trying to be ourselves, but we don't know who that is. That is what these 3 cards are talking about. Let's move on to your next 2 cards. Both of these cards are reversed. So we'll start with the bottom one. We have the Queen of Wands reversed. This is usually like a lack of ideas, a lack of creativity when it's reversed. There's just a lot of like confusion. And with the Queen of Wands reversed, it's a lot of pessimism. So wand cards usually deal with ideas, inspiration, creativity, all of that stuff. But when it's reversed, there is kind of just like a lack. And with the Queen of Wands, queens usually deal with like intuition, listening to your gut and going with the flow. So in this case, we're not doing any of that. We feel very like stuck. We feel like we're like in the trenches. So there's a lot of structure, but we feel like we can't go anywhere. And that is also being repeated by this next card, which is the Devil card. The Devil card is also reversed, but you can see the chains being put up around her. There's just so much like stress. The stress of life is putting these chains on you, and it's creating a lot of these self-limiting beliefs within you as well. The Devil card talks about removing those things, and it's reversed. It's trying to like leave those things behind, releasing self-limiting beliefs, detaching ourselves from those restrictions, and that is very difficult because these two things are kind of like pushing together of like being very pessimistic about things, but also like trying to move past those types of things. And then this was the other one that came out. So I'll read that because I feel like there's still more to this story. Some of my cards fell on. Okay. So, do you have questions while I read these last two cards? And I'll go into their next part. Let me know if you have questions. No, it has to go this way. Okay. So, Two of Cups is the first card. The Two of Cups usually deals with, like, duality. It's usually, like, things fitting into place. This is my marriage card. So, it's usually, like, things that make sense together. Duality, puzzle pieces coming together, that sort of thing. But you also kind of have this card on top. I don't know if this is a relationship or what's going on, but these two cards together they don't look great. Like, a lot of things have been taken away from you. Like I said, we started off good because I feel like a lot has changed. A lot has changed. So again, I feel like the things that your spirit guide is telling you that you're not listening to is like, you're okay. You are okay. You are in the best place possible with these first two cards. You can do anything. But I feel like you're not listening to it because you have dealt with some shit. You have dealt with some bullshit. Like this, that doesn't look great, right? Thank you for the super chat. We are doing paid readings, but I'm sold out. I can give you maybe a card after I'm finished reading Crystal. But Crystal, yeah, I've been through it. Yeah. Do you have questions about that? Because I would say their like main message right now is things will get better. Things will get better because the hard has been like, you've passed the hard. That's what this is. But like all that other stuff, it was like bullshit that happened. Like this is why we feel like nothing makes sense. I'm like, and I get it. I fucking get that. That looks like a lot of bullshit. It's like you put your heart out there and the universe kind of crushed it. But they're like, it's okay. You're okay. But yeah, let me know if you have questions. I'll give you a quick message, Alyssa, from your mother. I feel like things are very hard and they feel very stagnant. This is for Lissa. But you're working on making them better. It's going to take some time. The reason I say that is I pulled the Hangman for you reversed. The Hangman reversed usually talks about like stalling, indecision, stubbornness. It's usually a change of perspective that causes things to slow down. But it's slow because you're in the process of rebuilding things and you're in the process of pulling these swords out of your back, these traumas. The 10 of Swords usually deals with trauma. But, Crystal, let me know if you have questions, and I'll pull some more cards for you. I've been worried about leaving that job. Do they have anything else? Let me pull some more cards. Okay. Put these two together. All right. Ooh. Got some queens coming together. I think I want to leave these upright. Okay. So, let's start with your first card. We have the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is being unapologetically yourself. This is a very positive card for this spread because I feel like that's the goal. But it is also being countered by, this card was in reverse, the Queen of Pentacles. And I just think it's interesting that they kind of look like a queen card, like a playing card. But we have the Queen of Pentacles reverse, and the Queen of Pentacles reverse usually deals with like, I feel like it's more so like independence, because usually with queens, they dive into feminine energy, which feminine energy a lot of times can go into like maternal caretaker types energies. And the pentacle cards, usually the Queen of Pentacles, I usually view as Mother Nature. So it is a provider sort of energy. But with it being in reverse, it's provider towards oneself. So that's why I left them kind of like interlocked like this, because I feel like the more you come out as who you are, because Queen of Swords is owning your truth, being you, unapologetically yourself. The more you are that, the more you will be able to support yourself, and you won't need other people to support you. And that, I feel like, can happen in a lot of ways. I feel like it will happen in a financial sort of way, but I also feel like it's going to happen in a lot of other ways. The more you can rely on yourself as the person that is going to be your stability, the more you will feel that stability, the more you will feel that independence. And it's very much it's not you want to be alone and you want to be independent. It's that you don't need other people to continue living. You just want other people, and that takes the pressure off of having all of these things around you. It takes the like life or death pressure off of things, because that's like the vibe that I was getting in the last spread of the life and death, everything we do, it sucks. Like that is like the death card, the fool, like we literally had a moth, a scythe, and a phoenix together. And it was literally like rebirth and death at the same time. So it's literally life and death. That's how it felt. Like, it feels like that now. Life and death, life or death. The more you lean into that independence, like you are the stability, the more you don't have to rely on other things, other people to feel stable. You will just have them in your life for support, not for stability. Okay, So your next two cards, we have the Six of Pentacles reversed, I think. Wait, Nine of Pentacles. Dyslexia is very hard, especially when you flip nines over. It's fine. This is the Nine of Pentacles reverse. Nine of Pentacles reverse also deals... Okay, Nine of Pentacles reverse deals with work, but in an overinvestment sort of way. And then we'll lay this card on top of it because this card is reverse. This card usually deals with like luxury, abundance. But when it's reversed like this, a lot of it is more so like a overinvestment in things. So if we lay the other card on top, we have the King of Pentacles. So there is this worry about doing this and trying to, like, it's an overinvestment in stability. The King of Pentacles is stability. The King of Pentacles is like financial stability, physical stability, all of that. That's what we're looking for. And that clouds our judgment, I feel. That is clouding our judgment because we have the Nine of Pentacles here, which is like that abundance that we're looking for. It is behind this guy. It is not like what we're like fully like looking at. To me, it's almost like it's being fed into him. So like, what does it look like if we flip this guy over and put him in front of it? So you see how now he's grabbing all of that financial abundance. Instead of it being behind him, he would be grabbing it. Does that make sense? All right. So that's kind of like where we're at here. There is like some scarcity mindsets that are coming in. The scarcity mindsets are making you feel like, again, the life and death aspect is creating the scarcity mindset, right? So that is making you feel like you have to overdo it, overproduce to get even an ounce of things back. So like an example, like in my field of like when I started doing this, I was insecure about giving readings, so I would overproduce. Like I can read someone in 3 cards. However, I was giving like readings with like 30 cards. Because of the insecurities and feeling like life or death, I have to give everything. They're like, you don't need to do that. And once you realize that, once you have that confidence in yourself, you being unapologetically yourself and having that confidence and knowing that you are right in these scenarios, like, I feel like, again, today it is foundations and like knowing that we are right even when we have been belittled for so long. You're right. You have the ability. You have the strength. You have like those 2 cards, the strength card and the magician card. Do I still have it? No, I don't have it still. I think I put it away. But, oh wait, no, I don't. Those 2 cards, that is the message. That is the message. That is what we need to go towards. We have the strength and we have all the resources and talents, and we have the strength to do anything we want. That is the message. That is the message. We are trying to be unapologetically ourselves. We are trying to do that instead of living in this insecurity, these coping mechanisms, these things that are, we need to stop living in lack. We need to live like we don't need these things. It's kind of like it's kind of like the mentality of, how do I want to explain this? Another example probably from my life would be like, I'm so worried about making money that I can't do things that don't make money. However, I'm not making money right now, so why aren't I doing these things that will like put me in that direction? So it's like, well, I'm not working on a website because making a website right now, the website itself is not going, like I'm not going to get paid to make the website, but I'm going to get paid to do readings. But I'm going to get stuck on this hamster wheel of like continuing to overinvest instead of like just putting the time and effort into like making a website, and then I can use that website to take some of the work off of me. So it's like, I'm not making money already. Why am I like putting so much pressure into this one thing, even though down the line it's going to produce for me? So they're like, you need to stop putting so much effort into things because you're overexerting yourself for not a lot of stuff. So it's like work, Smarter, not harder. I don't know if that makes sense or if I am speaking very convolutedly. But let me know. Moving on to your last 2 cards of this spread. Makes perfect sense. Okay. I give a lot of myself to others. Okay, great. Because I'm like, I don't know if I'm making any sense. Okay, so we have the Star card. Star card is usually a hope, a faith, a purpose, a destiny. And it's being paired with, which I think is funny. I want to see what it looks like together in the right direction, but I flipped the wrong card over. Okay. I will figure this out. The dyslexia is so hard. Okay, this is what it looks like. So we have the Star card, and then we have the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups is usually some sort of new passion, but it's in reversed. And usually when I have that card in reverse, it's not necessarily the opposite of that, but it is more so focused on self-love. So the purpose is to follow what you want to do, not what everybody else wants to do, in the most like cringy way possible, basically. Cheesy way possible. But a lot of times when this card is in reverse, the Ace of Cups, when that card's in reverse, it deals with a lot of repressed emotions. So cup cards deal with our emotions, and aces deal with the start of things. So a lot of times it's like some sort of new passion, but when it's reversed, it's more so focused inwards. So it's more so a passion of like lifting ourselves up instead of lifting everyone else up all of the time. We need to be the light, especially with this like Star card here. We need to follow our light. We don't need to put other people on the path to theirs. We need to start following our light. Because I feel like something that you get lost in the sauce with is helping other people find their stars, helping other people find their path. It's time for you to do that for you. It's time for you to like make decisions for yourself. It's time for you to not listen to what other people want for you either. Because I also feel a lot of like, maybe we're doing things not for us, but because other people need us to do that. So to explain that more, it's kind of like you need to be successful because maybe your partner needs you to be successful. Maybe your parents want you to be successful. So even if you're not doing what you want to be doing, you're doing what they want you to be doing to make them feel better. Those things are going to start changing because you're going to start not needing their support. Well, not necessarily support. You're not going to need their, what's the word I want to use? They're not going to tell you what to do because you are going to prioritize yourself. You are going to see yourself as the stability. They aren't going to necessarily need to give you stability. You're going to be the prioritization. Does that make sense? Do you have any final questions before we finish up? Let me know if you have any questions. I might do some more live readings, but I'll let you guys know on the Instagrams. What else are we doing this week? We're working on a website again. I know we're working on a website again, but we're actually like biting the bullet and using like an actual like website thing because we've been trying not to like spend money, but we're like, we need to do this. Woo Woo Wednesday. It will be on Wednesday, as you can see from the name. But we're planning Woo Woo Wednesday. It'll be on 7 p.m. EST. Yes, this live stream will stay up on our channel. You just go to the like live section and it will be there. So, and it will stay up as long as this channel will stay up. So you can re-watch your reading. And it makes sense, thank you. If I focus on myself, with the others fall hard. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, it makes sense. If I focus on myself, is it will the others fall hard or with the others fall hard? I don't know that I understand. Will, sorry. Okay. If I focus on myself, will the others fall hard? I don't think so. That's not necessarily how that works. But I pulled a card to try to like figure out how to explain that. I don't know how to explain this, but this is your spirit guides. I feel like are very visual, so it's hard for me to like not show you. So you are the lion. This is your strength. The other people are putting swords in your face. This is the Eight of Swords. The Eight of Swords is feeling trapped or imprisoned. I don't know that it matters because I feel like if you don't, you will fall. So if you're worried about them falling, eventually you will all fall. Does that make sense? But in my my human perspective and not asking your spirit guide's perspective, it's not helpful to live off of someone. Because once that person is gone, they won't be able to function without it. So it is also a courtesy to allow them to figure that out. I don't know if that is helpful, useful information, but this is what your spirit guides told me. Is like, this is how you're operating. Eventually all of you will fall if you continue on this path. Again, continuing to do this. Again, all of you will fall if you continue on this path. So this is victory. The six of wands, but it's reverse, so it is failure. And then you can see a lot of fighting happening. It is, I don't know, it's hard for me to explain what I'm thinking about with this. It's like, people that are taking advantage of you, I don't think it's necessarily that they need it from you. Because a lot of times, it's not that they need it, but they feel better having control over you and over your things. So it keeps you in the same space so that they can continue to use you to lift themselves up. But it is also inflating their own insecurities. So it is not necessarily beneficial for them as much as they think that it is. And it is absolutely detrimental to you, which is why we have this card, this contraption come out. They are trying to keep you down because of their own insecurities of feeling like they need to have control over things. So not feeding into that control makes them have to look at their own insecurities that are creating those issues in the first place. And it allows you to get out of their, like, thumb. Does that make sense? It's not a fun thing to, like, think about or talk about or whatever, but it's very much a, like, manipulation sort of tactic. That is helpful, thank you. All those cards fit together so nicely. But thank you guys so much for hanging with me. It's been a while. We've been live for a while. But I appreciate you all purchasing readings. Hopefully we can do this again soon. Come hang out with us during Woo Woo Wednesday on Wednesday today. It's going to be like this week, not today, this week. It's going to be Wednesday at 7 p.m. EST. We will be reacting to spiritual conspiracy type things, like crazy shit on TikTok and Instagram and all of the things. So if you guys are interested in that, come hang out with us on Wednesday in the evening, and we'll see you guys there. But I'm gonna go hang out with Riker upstairs. Okay, bye!